see the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, just want a life that is worth every day exploring, My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be.
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find.
All right. Good morning, guys, and welcome back to the cafe. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for joining us. It is Tuesday, July 8th already. That's crazy to me. Where did the year go? I don't know. It's been a bad year anyway. It needs to go by quick. Just saying. So welcome. Grab a seat, grab your coffee, whatever it may be. Sit down. Let's do this if we can. See who we got in here with us so far. Sassy's in the house. Good to see you, Cass. Brady B, the OG. Chet Donley, good to see you. Finally got a notification. That's awesome. Happy anniversary, Miss Cassie. 8 years. That's amazing. Good for you. That is awesome. To you and Kevin, happy anniversary, both. Mountain Mama, good to see you today. Alicia J, hey, good to see you. Miss Rowena's in the house. Miss Paula, hey, good to see you. Looks like SRB was here. Hit the like button. Have a great day. Okay, we'll take care, SRB. Thank you for stopping in. Good morning, everybody. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button and please share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Looks like we got 17 peeps and 9 likes. We're getting there. Appreciate that very much. All of you. Come on in and grab a seat. Yes, definitely prayers for Texas, guys. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Hopefully that doesn't need to happen. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good to see you, Moonbreaker. Thank you for joining us. Again, guys, hit that like button if you could on the way through the door. Share it out and let everybody know what we're doing today. We're going to be talking about a variation of different things, of course, like we do. Jack and Lilly, of course. Probably a little bit on the IDAHO4 situation, what's left of it. In Texas, of course, the most important situation going on out there right now. Randy Furr, my brother, good to see you and welcome back today. Great to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Miss Alicia's is coming up too. Me and Miss Brandy, my wife, we had ours, Mrs. Dago, on May 7th this year. We hit 19 years married and 23 together. It's been a long ride. And the 13th is Matthew's birthday. We'll have to remember that in here. The Done One, good morning and welcome. Good to see you. Yes, happy early birthday to Matthew. If I'm live, I'll make sure I'll be doing something for that. Nick's birthday is on the 13th too. That's wild. So we got two of our family kids in here having their birthdays on the same day. That's pretty neat. And the 18th is Maggie's. Well, we got birthdays all over the place. That is awesome. I don't think my kids have any more until the beginning of August. And then I have the 2nd, my mother-in-law's and my oldest sons. The 21st, my twins. Yeah, that's it. 25th for Kiki Can. Welcome, Kiki. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. The 13th will be our 10 years married, 17 together. See? Seems like forever. 19 years married and 23 together. Just seems like it's only been 5 years. Randy says no rush for his next birthday. Yeah, mine's not till November, but then I will officially be in my 50s because then I'll be 51. I'm not happy with that. I remember the day that I turned 41 when I was officially in my 40s. That was rough. 40 didn't bother me. 41 did. Oh, yeah. I have twin boys. They're 28, Meg. 7.5. That's awesome. Yes, I do. I have 2 twin boys, obviously. Shane and Sean. They're identical, too. Not so much anymore. When they were younger, you couldn't really tell them apart. Yes, that's okay that I'm old. Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate it. Wait, is today Christy's birthday? Is Christy in here? I didn't even see her. Where are you at, Miss Christy? You'll be 42 next year. Again, Miss Brandy? That happened a while back there, didn't it, dear? If I remember right, I thought you were a little bit older than I was. Oh, yeah, mine are opposites, too. They used to be alike, but they're very much opposite. Mr. Jesse's 49 today. Is it today your birthday, Jesse, for real? And Kane is in the house. What's up, brother? Yes, again. You'll be 38. How many truth tellers do we have in here today, guys? Miss Christy. Today, actually, your birthday, Jesse. July 8th. Yes, sir. Well, shoot. You guys know how that works. You guys are going to have me busy today. Where is Christy, by the way? Let's see here. Or is she hiding on purpose today? Hang on. Sorry, my computer just did some weird thing that it's never done before. It must be that AI coming to life. Let's see. Yeah, you definitely don't look your age, Jesse. That's for damn sure. Good for you, brother. Oh, I feel way older than 50, y'all. When I wake up every morning, I feel like I'm about 80. Let me see, guys, what we. Hold on here. I'm trying to set this up here. Give me 1 minute here. All right, brother. Kent Corbett's in the house. Good to see you, Kent. Thank you for joining us. Miss Meg, always happy to see you as well. Yes, I understand that feeling sometimes. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, Jesse. This is going to be good. Since I love having you around, I hope you get a kick out of this one. Happy birthday, bro.
Jesse! You got birthday candles, blow them out. You got birthday candles, blow them out. Everybody at the party start to gather round. Puffin', puffin', Jesse! Blow them out. It's your birthday, let's get crazy. I'll take the day off, they're gonna fire me. I came to pin the tail on the donkey. Shaking to the Richter scale, charms on party. You got birthday candles, blow them out. You got birthday candles, blow them out. Everybody at the party start to gather round. Puffin', puffin', Jesse! Blow them out.
Happy birthday, Jesse. That was great. That was disturbing, but great. Had to make it funny. I had to make it funny. Had to make it funny. Gotta love it. And where is Christy, damn it? All right. Sorry about that, guys. Stupid, horrible internet. I'm back. My apologies. Welcome, Michelle App. Good to see you. Again, my apologies. It does this all the time. So we're back. Good Lord. Sorry. Right as I start, too. That's so stupid. Anyway. Yeah, I have the worst internet company in the world. Optimum. Do not get it if you don't have to have it. What the hell, Kane? All right, guys, come on in. If anybody sees Miss Christie, tell her to pop on over here. Appreciate that. Very good. Very much. I'm sure you got another great screenshot there, Alicia. Better than that last one. I do not want to see that one ever again. That was crazy. Crazy for sure. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Sorry about the delay there. Let's see here. Show. All right. Because I love a rainy night. Eddie Rabbit. All right, guys. I think we're back where we're supposed to be. Again, happy birthday, Jesse, if you're still in here. Cammy to you. What's going on with you, dear? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Starlink. I wish I could afford Starlink. It'd probably be better than what I have here. Let's see. Michelle F., great to see you from over the pond. Make sure I didn't miss anybody in here. Great to see you, ma'am. If you're tired of living with roaches, ants, flying insects, get D-gone, foregone. More power to you. Okay, great commercial there. Thank you. Trish Crow's in the house. Welcome back to you, Miss Trish. Good to see you. Good morning to all the meatballs. And thank you to the Blue Crew in the house. Appreciate you very much. Let me see here. I don't think I missed anybody. I think I got everybody. She's hiding because she knows. Probably. Michael Green. Chili Chicken's in the house. Good to see you. Julianne, thank you, dear. Welcome to you. Muhammad Ali. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Min Kitten's in the house. Good to see you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I did look into it once, bro. It was stupid expensive out here to get all the equipment and everything. It was really out there. If I was one of these big creators, I probably could afford it, but it's just way expensive. The equipment itself is expensive, and then to pay for it monthly, that's not so bad, but it's just getting the initial equipment for it. But I guess if you have it, then once you have it, it would work well. So we'll see. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, please, and thank ya. Let me see, y'all. Yeah, we're going to do our typical updates, and then I was asked by quite a few people, email-wise and stuff, what I thought about certain things going on in Idaho. So we'll look into that too, I guess. But most importantly, we do need to look into and reiterate what's going on in Texas. That's just horrifying. Absolutely horrible. So that will be what we do first and foremost. Right. Yeah, it's like 500 for the, where'd it go? Right there. Yeah, it's 500 plus, I think, for the satellite. And then you have to have some other couple of things to go with that. It's just way out there. And you own the equipment once you buy it. You know what I mean? But what if you choose not to use it for a while? What are you going to do with it? You know what I mean? I guess. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll figure something out one of these days. Canadian Cat Lady, welcome from way up north. Great to have you here. I hope you're doing well today, dear. Cassie, it's great to see you. Or Cam, sorry. Cammy, it's great to see you. It's been a while. Wonderful to have you in the house. As always. Miss Christy, where are you? Yep. Floss, I was going to show you something that went on. It's kind of reminiscent of what had back in 1987. For those of you that are from Texas, you know about this. For those of you that are not, I wanted to show this. Thanks to Alicia J for throwing this in here for us. It was wild to see this same thing happen. I guess it happens a lot in these areas in Texas, but it's still horrible. But yeah, we're going to go through some of this stuff here, and then we're going to hop into, I guess, a conversation about these specific things in Idaho. Is she here? Is she here? There she is. Good morning, Miss Christy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Hope you're having a great day, Christy. I'm glad you're here. Hang on one moment. Let's see here. All right, Christy, this is for you, dear. Your cake is with it and everything, so I hope you enjoy this one. I do. I'm a big fan of this guy, so hopefully you like this. And I hope you have an amazing day, an amazing year, and we can do this again next year for you, dear. So here you go.
At first I was afraid, I felt so adrift when I heard it was your birthday and I had no gift. But then genius struck. I grabbed a pen. It didn't take me long to make a check out to my lyricist to write this heartfelt song. Our cake is fine, and ice cream's great, but your birthday celebration calls for money on a plate. Was gonna put your name in lights so big it fills up the marquee, but I'm afraid it's in my contract that top billing goes to me. Looks great, Christy. Come on now, blow! Ow! Whoa! You made a wish now, and may your wishing make it so. I can't give up birthday spankings, and I don't mean to be a Grinch, but I'd be canceled in a heartbeat for a pinch to grow an inch. So cheers to you! Your birthday's here. Now just get set, cause I would bet you're in for a totally decent year, I must say. I'll send all my showbiz love to you, the one I'm most proud of. Is that a tear? Can't be more clear. Your birthday's here. Happy birthday, Christy.
And there you go. Happy birthday, dear. I hope you have a great day. That was just for you and only for you. And we appreciate you very much here. I celebrate everybody's birthday. Everybody, anybody. If I know about it, it's celebrated because you are all that important to me, as you should be. The day that you were created is the day that I knew you would be here one day. So I have to celebrate it. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed it, Christy. I hope you have an amazing day. In an even better year. And we could do it again next year, but you'll have a different song, I promise. So please do, if you will. Enjoy it, enjoy it. So, you are so very welcome, dear. I don't want you to cry, but I hope they're good tears. Yes. You are so welcome and so very much appreciated in this community. What's going to happen when our generation hits nursing homes? You're going to have the metal heads on one side banging on the table. You ain't lying, bro. That's probably true. What's up, Scott? Good to see you. SRB's back. Good to see you. Mark Schumann, welcome back to you, my friend. Great to have you here today. 36 peeps in the house. Thank you guys so very much. Please make sure to hit the like button. And let me see here. Show. Again, you're so very welcome. All right. And the Feminem is in the house. What's happening? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. All right. Grab a seat, guys. People are disgusting. That they can be. Miss Cat K, good to see you today. All right, come on in, everybody. The poor wife is on vacation and she's sick. How about that one? Gotta love it. Never fails. Thank you, Cass. Thank you, Meg. Thank you, Brandy. Again, Purple Hearts for Wisdom speaks forever in our hearts, never forgotten. She will always be with us. God bless, and we miss her so very much. All right, y'all. I guess I'm going to jump up with yeah, start off with this here. Hold. I guess sadly the death toll in Texas has gone over 100 now at this point, guys, which is very sad to me. Very sad. And horrible. So thank you, Randy, Alicia, Mittens, Ro, all you guys. Thank you so much for that. Hang on, guys. Here we go. Yes, it sucks. She's got one too. She thought it was allergies. She's in denial. She has been from the day that she started with this, and it just sucks. I hope I don't catch it because I take these things rough. But hopefully, she's pretty tough. She'll get through it soon. Hopefully. Thank you all for your kind words, by the way.
People still missing. The Texas Military Department says it's rescued more than 500 people during the disaster. But this morning, there are new questions about the severe weather alert system. Here's ABC's Christian Cordero.
In the Texas Hill Country this morning, response teams, both official and volunteer, are combing through mud and dense forest, searching for answers.
It's one of the most devastating things I've ever seen in my life. But that devastation goes 80 miles down the Guadalupe River. And that devastation goes anywhere from 3/4 of a mile to half a mile wide off of the river as well.
More than 100 people died in the floods that swelled riverbanks over the weekend. Camp Mystic, where at least 27 campers and counselors died, said their hearts are broken alongside the families, calling the floods an unimaginable tragedy. Among the victims, 8-year-old twin sisters Hannah and Rebecca Lawrence, whose grandfather said their joy can never be forgotten. 8-year-old Anna Margaret Bellows was also at Camp Mystic. Her mom spoke with our Houston station, KTRK.
The main thing I want to convey is that our whole group is so grateful for the counselors who loved our children and protected them until the very end.
In the wake of the storm, questions about the level of preparedness across the region. ABC News has learned the National Weather Service had surge staffing in place during the storm. 5 meteorologists were working when there are usually 2. Alerts started the day before the floods, with the first flash flood warning issued around 1 a.m. day of. The first flash flood emergency, 4 a.m. That is not what woke Stuart Gross from bed.
What was it that woke you up?
The fire department.
It wasn't the alert on your phone?
Officials canceled a press conference yesterday afternoon amid questions about the area's alert system.
It's very tough to make those calls because what we also don't want to do is cry wolf.
Several meteorologists urge everyone get a NOAA weather radio as a more reliable way to receive alerts when your cell phone or local sirens don't work. It doesn't require cell service, is battery powered, and can cost less than $30. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
And good evening. We come on the air tonight from Texas's hill country. Just below us is the Guadalupe River, and you can see the destruction it carved out in parts of central Texas. Down there is where the river stands tonight, and we wanted to show you how high it rose, more than 30 feet, even higher from where we are broadcasting live tonight, wiping out everything in its way. And today we were with rescuers digging into mangled cars, caked in mud along riverbanks, crews setting out on airboats and diving into the river, all trying to find signs of life. Survivors trapped, airlifted from their homes to safety. You see it right here. The destruction immense. You can see bridges wiped out completely. And new videos showing the quick rise of the nearby Llano River. This in under an hour. Look at that water rise. Camp Mystic grieving the loss, and this is hard to say, of 27 camp.
26 feet in 45 minutes and over 32 feet after an hour's time. That's insane to me.
Campers and counselors. You can see the heartbreaking images, the high water line inside the cabins where children slept, muddied mattresses, stuffed animals and trunks all left behind. With so many holding out hope, more
Thanks, Kane.
will be found
I hope they're okay.
Tonight, battling the heat, mud, and misery, they're looking for any signs of life. Search and rescue teams on the Guadalupe River furiously combing through massive mountains of debris.
We're in the middle of the river right now, and just behind me, you can see why this search and recovery is so complicated. There are mounds of this mangled steel and tree branches and tree trunks. This team is trying to figure out a way inside to see what, if anything, or anyone is still trapped.
An all-out search for survivors by water, air, and horseback.
All over this area, you see homes and trailers and RVs with this giant orange X. It means they've been searched. We hope whoever lived in here got out, because you can see what the river water did to this, flipping this entire RV over, destroying everything inside.
Volunteer firefighter Ryan Kelly has been at this for days.
What kind of things have you seen out here?
Unthinkable things. I mean, there's things that no one ever would have thought they've seen in their lifetime.
So many people were in their beds, fast asleep, when the floodwaters began to rapidly rise early on the 4th of July. The catastrophic flooding killing at least 104 people in 6 counties, including Julian Ryan, who was with his mother, kids, and wife Christina in their trailer home as the water began to rise.
My husband started panicking because there was no way for us to get out. There was no way for us to get up. And so he tried to bust out the window and sliced his arm almost off.
Christina says he quickly began to bleed out.
What do you remember? I'm so sorry you had to see your son go through that.
I just remember holding him so he would get swept in the flood. Blood going everywhere. His last words to me was, "Mom, I love you. And you make sure you tell everybody else I love you. Love them."
Tragedy also playing out at Camp Mystic, which says 27 of its campers and counselors are among the dead and missing. Hallie Thompson's 10-year-old daughter somehow managed to escape from her cabin.
My daughter grabbed onto a tree and grabbed the hand of her friend and put it on the tree. And so one by one, those girls came out and found anything they could cling to.
Hallie and 4 other family members were nearby. Their cabin was also surrounded by water. She says their neighbors saved their lives.
It feels wrong or strange to feel how grateful that I am that we're all alive while we are still waiting for word about friends' daughters, and while we have received word of the friends' daughters.
Exactly, Alicia.
Died.
Lila Bonner, Sarah Marsh, Janie Hunt, Eloise Peck, and twins Hannah and Rebecca Lawrence, just some of the young campers whose lives were cut tragically short. Kellyanne Littall is still missing. Her dad posting this video of her solo at a Christmas pageant, asking prayers for a miracle. You can see the flood's devastating toll on the century-old all-girls camp in these images. Look at how high the water came into the cabin. The floodwaters tossing muddy mattresses from bunk beds. This pink trunk with the name L flipped on its side. A stuffed animal left behind. A camp nurse posting this haunting video of some of the little girls singing as they evacuated.
The Lord of love has come to me.
The 4th of July holiday brought many families to the cabins that dot the river's edge.
We don't know everybody who was here, so we don't know everybody who's missing.
Could be even worse, you're saying?
Yeah, it will be worse because we don't know everybody who's missing.
Joe Herring Jr. is the mayor of Kerrville.
Took me completely by surprise. I'm sad to say I didn't know. If there was any way on God's green earth that we could have warned people, we would have done it, but we did not know.
13-year-old Blair Harbor and 11-year-old sister Brooke were there spending the holiday in a cabin with their parents and grandparents. Their bodies were found 15 miles down the river together. Their school wrote a, quote, powerful symbol of their lasting bond. Their parents survived, but their grandparents are still missing. Amid the heartbreaking loss of life, there are also remarkable stories of survival. After this woman was swept 20 miles down the river, she clung to a tree for hours until rescuers and boats were able to come and save her. In Hunt, Texas, Diana Smith says she woke up to find her house surrounded by water.
Open the front door and it sweeps both my dogs different directions, and I'm panicking, thinking, now what the hell am I going to do?
She says she called 911, but no one came.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
She managed to jump into a kayak with her dogs, paddling to safety. 11-year-old Kaylin Kubina was at Camp La Junta, 6 miles from Camp Mystic.
We looked outside and we just saw like an ocean out there. It's just like completely destroying everything.
There's people in it. Oh my God, there's so many people in it.
This cabin appeared to float away in the floodwaters. Still, the camp says everyone was able to evacuate to safety.
We saw like a whole cabin just floating down, and that's when we knew like things were getting actually real out there. Like we were starting to realize that this was a real natural disaster crisis.
We were with the Alvarado family as the reality set in. Their 2 daughters were in this RV when the river surrounded them. These are the images of what they saw outside of their windows.
We couldn't see through the water, but we could see the currents moving, and it just kept going. Like there was no end to it.
Their dad came to their rescue along with a neighbor, pulling the girls to safety. Brooke, the oldest of the 2, looking down at the river and realizing how some girls just like her weren't as lucky.
When you guys heard about all the people that didn't make it, I mean, what was that like? I mean, to know that like you were right here.
It hurt. I'm sorry. It just sucks that a lot of people just lost their lives, but it's really good to hear about the people that are getting out and stuff.
So many stories just like that all along this river. And as you heard the mayor say there, so many were taken by surprise. The question tonight, why? And what could have been done to prevent so many lives lost? Ryan Chandler is also in Kerrville tonight along the Guadalupe River banks. And Ryan, the river that everybody loved turned deadly so quickly. What are you hearing from residents on just how fast this turned for the worst?
Yeah, Tom, one woman here told me as late as Thursday evening, with flood watches in effect, people were getting ready to celebrate the 4th of July at the park along this river. Just hours later, it would be completely underwater. So many people just had no idea what was coming.
Kerrville resident Michelle Pittman had no idea that death and destruction was coming downriver.
You know, this was something that happened that no one was prepared for.
As the urgent search continues, questions and calls for accountability grow about how many in this community were caught by such surprise. Rest assured, no one knew this kind of flood was coming. Many questioning why neighborhoods and camps along the Guadalupe River were not told to evacuate earlier.
Very tough to make those calls because what we also don't want to do is cry wolf.
At Camp Mystic, the Texas Lieutenant Governor says campers were awakened only by thunder and lightning, phones not allowed by camp rules. He's now pushing for state lawmakers to fund more outdoor warning sirens.
We shouldn't have lightning and thunder waking up kids. We should have those sirens. We need to go back step by step, and look at what happened and why it happened.
The National Weather Service says a flood watch at 1:18 p.m. Thursday was elevated on Friday at 1:14 a.m. to urgent flash flood warnings for Kerr County, sending emergency alerts to cell phones and weather radios. Then at 4:03 a.m., an upgrade to a flash flood emergency. But for so many, those warnings went unheard.
Obviously, most people at 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. are asleep. And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, are there any ways to have earlier detection?
Senator Ted.
I have a slight issue with this, and I'm going to show you why here in a minute.
Cruz defending the National Weather Service amid concerns of staffing shortages, saying Congress will act.
We did see a lot of people heroically taking kids out of harm's way, but it should have happened earlier. How we make that happen, I think, is a very reasonable discussion.
As so many still grieve, many questioning how to prevent the next disaster. Ryan Chandler, NBC News, Kerrville.
Now I'm going to show you why this is a bit of an issue for me. Give me 1 minute here. Thanks to Alicia yesterday. I showed this yesterday, guys, and it just bothers the hell out of me. Okay. 1 second here. Oh, is it going to give me that problem again? Yeah, I just have to do it this way, I guess. Okay, hold on. Okay, this started on Thursday. Mainstream media deliberately lying about the events leading up to the catastrophic flooding in Texas. The National Weather Service executed timely, precise forecasting and warnings despite unprecedented rainfall overwhelming the region. Here's the timeline of the National Weather Service's proactive response. As you see here, on the morning of July 3rd, Austin San Antonio National Weather Service conducts forecast briefings for emergency management, flagging flash flood risks. Okay. Again, the morning of July 3rd, National Water Center issues flood hazard outlook identifying flash flood potential for Kerrville and surrounding areas. Okay, hang on. 1:18 p.m., July 3rd, still issues flood watch for Kerr County effective through Friday morning. 6:10 p.m. This is all from Homeland Security, by the way, you guys. Okay. And that is where part of my issue comes from. National Water Center warns of considerable flooding risk north and west of San Antonio, including Kerrville. Homeland Security again, 11:41 p.m., July 3rd, first flash flood warning issues for Bandera County. 1:14 a.m., July 4th, flash flood warning with considerable tag issues for Bandera and Kerr counties, triggering wireless emergency alerts that weren't heard. The adults had phones in those camps. They had to have. They have to have those for emergency purposes. They have to have those, okay, and radios. So again, this went on from the morning of the 3rd, the day before, all day long, all day, and Friday, okay, and into Friday. So, in my opinion, let me put it that way. What should have happened is anybody that has control of somebody else's children in a camp setting like this, they should have evacuated the camp, got them to higher ground, and then worried about it after the fact. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So this is what my issue with this is. It bugs me a lot because it feels like it didn't need to happen. There could have been something done early alert wise to let them know. So it bothers me. It truly does bother me. Excuse me. One of Mandy's friend's daughters missed. Oh my God. I'm so sorry to hear that, Cammie. Pray for her. And again, guys, that's what I'm asking, is everybody to send thoughts and prayers. If you can't do anything else, that at least we can do for all of them. Jules says that they've been letting people from California build in the hills in that area, which causes faster. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one. So there, yeah, like Alicia's saying here, there were warnings as early Thursday morning. They were warning, guys, and they were bringing up the flood issues right then and there. That should have been looked at right then and there, and they should have said, okay, we need to get these kids moved. End of story. You can't take a chance with somebody else's children. Get them moved to higher ground, and we'll see what happens. If it doesn't happen, we can always go back. Okay? They didn't. My internet looks like it's going in and out again, you guys. I'm sorry. What's up, Twiz? Good to see you. If I go down again, hopefully I will be back, just so you guys know. But I wanted to show you this here real quick. This is not the first time that this happened. Hold on. I do not know why this is doing this to... Hold on. Excuse me. Let's see what happens here. Excuse me. So this went down once before back in 87, guys. Hold on. Discord's not letting me pull anything off of it. The Twiz. What's up, Twizzy? All right, guys. So, like I said, back in 87, the Guadalupe River went through this scenario before, and it was pretty bad from my understanding.
In the Hill Country, other than today's, also happened in July. It was back in 1987 when 10 summer campers died during a flash flood. Here's more from KVU's Bob Buckaloo.
July 1987, along the Guadalupe River near Comfort, Texas, teenagers trapped in trees after a wall of water washed them away. It happened when a caravan of buses was trying to escape from a church camp through a low water crossing after an overnight storm. When their bus stalled, they formed a human chain to try and walk out, only to have a wall of water scatter them into the raging river. Throughout the day, DPS and Army helicopters and the news chopper from San Antonio's Ken's TV rescued dozens of teens and adults stranded in trees. Many of the rescues were successful, but not all. A young girl, exhausted from trying to keep afloat, was too weak to grasp a rope and fell back into the water. She did not survive. 33 people were plucked from the river and lived, but 10 teenagers drowned, their names inscribed in a memorial plaque near the river today. July 17, 1987, a story of survival and of the heroes who saved their lives, and a story about those who were lost to a summer storm. Sadly, on July 4, 2025, a similar story of floods, rescues, and prayers for survivors. Bob Buckaloo, KVU News.
So this isn't the first time this has happened in this area, guys. It's just horrible. This is beyond horrible. I'm like horrified to hear that Mandy's daughter's friend is missing too, and it's from Camp Mystic. This is insane. You send your children off somewhere. You send your children off somewhere to be safe and enjoy their summer, and this is what happens. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. It's absolutely.
We begin tonight at 10 with more on the devastating floods in the Texas Hill Country. The death toll tragically rising at this hour, 81 dead. And
That is 100% facts, Kane. They should have had, because of their children being there, they should have taken heed to what was being put out the day before this happened and just did what they had to do and worried about it later. That's all I'm saying.
At least 41 still missing, including children from Camp Mystic. 8-year-old Mary Grace Baker is among the 10 Mystic campers, along with one counselor, still unaccounted for tonight. Her picture has been shared hundreds of times on social media, people praying for her safe return home to her family. Hundreds gathering tonight to do just that. It was standing room only at the Rosary service at St. Jude Catholic Church in Beaumont, where Mary Grace Baker is a parishioner. As you can see, the turnout quite large. Hundreds of Southeast Texans attended to show support and pray for those affected. The youth praying for Mary Grace Baker, her family, and all the unaccounted for first responders and all those impacted by the Hill Country flooding. Youth ministers and parishioners explain why this is so important during this time of tragedy for the Southeast Texas community.
Prayers serve to comfort the families, to comfort the community, and to provide healing in a time when healing is needed by everyone.
Governor Greg Abbott declaring this Sunday a day of prayer.
Please do, Cammie, from all of us.
Prayers also for the 3 Kelly High School graduates and their friend, Aiden Hartfield, Ella Cahill, and Joyce Baden, and Reese Menchaca from the Houston area were staying at the home of Aiden's late grandfather, federal judge Thad Hartfield, the home located in the town of Hunt. Joyce Baden's father arrived in Hunt Saturday with his family to search for Joyce. Ty Baden spoke with CNN reporter Ed Lavendera.
We prayed that all 4 of them are still alive.
All 4 are missing?
Yes, they're all missing. And, you know, it's been 4 o'clock yesterday morning that we were told that, you know, they were on the phone with Aiden's dad, who they own the house where they were. It was a very nice house, no longer there. And Aiden said, hey, you know, I've got to go. I got to help Ella and Reese. So he gave the phone to Joyce Catherine. Joyce Catherine said, they just got washed away. And then a few seconds later, the phone went dead. And that's all we know. The place where all the survivors are brought. We were hoping that we would hear our daughter and friends' names called, but they never did call. So we said, this morning we're going to come out and try to find them ourselves.
I mean, you're walking through this mess, hoping for a miracle.
Amen. Keep the faith. That's all we can do.
Meanwhile, K-9 searches continue today around Camp Mystic. The raging floodwaters overtook the campgrounds starting before daybreak Friday morning. Some 800-plus girls from all over Texas were there for summer camp.
We happen to meet you in here, Kat. I get it.
Disaster declaration for Kerr County. The declaration will ensure federal resources are made available to those impacted by the catastrophic flooding. The help from the government includes grants for temporary housing and home repairs, low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses, and other programs. Meanwhile, 400-plus first responders from over 20 agencies working to assist Kerr County, and that includes more than 100 air, water, and ground vehicles. And dozens of those agencies still assisting in the rescue operation in the Hill Country tonight. This as people are trying to salvage things from their homes and search for any survivors. CBS News' Jason Allen reports.
Along the banks of the Guadalupe River, the focus is shifting from rescue to recovery. More than 1,000 rescue workers, including members of the Coast Guard, worked through the weekend, plucking people from rooftops and scouring isolated areas.
Is it safe to get in, you think?
We went with Thomas Rex as he climbed into his wrecked trailer that was parked along the river near the town of Ingram.
Bad. I got some really couple nice suits in here. I want to take those to the dry cleaner.
He got out before the water hit, but only because firefighters started pounding on his door.
Yeah, 4 something in the morning. Yeah, I would have probably heard some. I don't know if I would have heard with my earplugs in. I don't know. I would have just been sitting there trying to go back to sleep.
And you could have been in all this.
Yep. If I stayed in my bed, I might have been okay. If I came in this area, I might not be talking to you right now.
A short distance away, at least 10 young girls are still missing at Camp Mystic. Water rose more than 25 feet in less than an hour there, trapping campers and staff inside cabins.
We're looking for places that they're going to potentially be alive.
Authorities are also facing scrutiny tonight over why more people weren't alerted sooner. A CBS News analysis of real-time alert data kept by FEMA shows there were 22 flash flood warnings for Kerr County and the Kerrville area. But local officials insisted no one predicted a flood of this size and defended their actions.
Some urgent warnings were sent at various times, but just sending the message is not the same as receiving the message, having a plan to do something when you receive the message, and then the ability to implement that plan.
Jason Allen, CBS News in Hunt, Texas.
Search and recovery efforts have been ongoing since the floods hit Friday morning, and tonight, crews are still out there searching the areas that were hit the hardest.
News 4 San Antonio's Joe DiCarlo kicks off our live team coverage from Kerrville. You've been in contact with those search and rescue teams on the ground, Joe.
Hey, good evening, Jonathan and Mandy. Well, we are live here in Kerrville along the Guadalupe River, and we spent the day today between here and Comfort, where we came across multiple groups of volunteers assisting with search and rescue operations. Here's what we saw.
Just being this close to the community, it's really sad. I mean, words obviously can't describe it.
Frank Straza is a volunteer from Bandera who came to Centerpoint today to see if he could help in any way possible. He was able to connect with another group of volunteers who help with search and rescue operations. Multiple volunteer groups were along the river today, along with Alamo Area Search and Rescue, who searched alongside the river with cadaver dogs. Frank speaks to what he came across on the search.
The things that you do find out there, a hanger, like a clothes hanger from a tree branch like 30 feet in the air, just things that, I found a headband, and then you're just like, find a beautiful glass vase, just perfectly intact, just out there. So.
Hundreds of volunteers are searching along the river, as well as multiple law enforcement agencies. The number of volunteers speaks volumes to the community here in the Texas Hill Country.
Everybody has come out. I mean, there's so many people volunteering and just looking and searching and coming together. So
it's good to see. It gives a sense of community.
Absolutely.
Now, search and rescue operations will continue day and night until everyone is accounted for. Reporting in Kerrville, meteorologist Joe DiCarlo, News 4 San Antonio.
As everybody sees, this is horrible. By the way, mine's November 23rd. So I think it's the day after Brian Koberger's. Not something I'm proud of, just saying. It is, you are right, the 23rd. Sagittarius. That's what I am. Yep, you did. You go right on point, too. That's good. Very good. Usually it falls on Thanksgiving. I hate that. Oh, no, it had nothing to do with that, Twiz. That's not what I mean. Scorpios are cooler. Too bad you didn't make the cut. Well, sorry about that. Guess I ain't cool enough. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not cooler. And we do have this just dropped for this too. Hey, Amy, buenos dias to you too, dear. All right, so this is, just so everybody knows, the most recent presser on this real quick here. This just dropped an hour ago. And we're going to move on to the next situation here.
Hey, y'all ready? Okay, thank y'all for being here again today. Larry Letha, Kerr County Sheriff. I'm going to kind of go over some brief notes with y'all real quick, then I'm going to pass it on to the mayor. Hundreds of first responders remain along the Guadalupe River in Kerr County working to reunite families. The large search and rescue effort, including local, state, federal, and volunteer agencies, continue. As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kirk County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River
Thank you.
to allow search and rescue teams to operate without
Thank you,
any
SRB.
interference. This is a tragic time for us. We're so grateful and thankful for all the resources that have been provided to us to do this job. And I can assure you we will not stop until this mission is complete. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to City Mayor.
Thank you for being here. I'm Joe Herring Jr. I'm Mayor of the City of Kerrville. I want to reassure our community and those families that the city, the county, the state, and the federal experts are working together, not separately, but as one team. If you go inside the Emergency Operations Center, you don't
Welcome,
see silos.
Stitches.
You see one team. I want to talk briefly about in-kind donations. The outpouring of generosity has been tremendous, and we are grateful. We are working on a new system to accept donations. And when those plans are complete, we will post them online on the city's Facebook page. We are grateful. We need a new system to handle the generosity of the world. Financial donations can still go to communityfoundation.net. That's the community foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Again, we are grateful for the generosity of the world. Over and over, I've asked you to pray. It occurred to me that I haven't asked you for what to pray specifically. Please pray for those who mourn, for those who wait, and for those who help. Now I'd like to call on Lieutenant Colonel Ben Baker.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Ben Baker, Lieutenant Colonel for Texas Game Wardens. I'd like to start out by thanking the mayor, sheriff, chief, our local state partners, Texas Department of Public Safety, and the many others that have responded to this tragic event. We as Texas are strong, and together we face adversity. Your Texas Game Wardens responded in the early mornings of Friday to this tragic event, along with many other local and state partners. Since the early mornings of Friday, your Texas Gamers have had over 300 game wardens in the area, serving the people of the state of Texas and the citizens of Kirk County. Among that, we've searched 26 river miles since the tragic event has started. We've had approximately 444 rescues, 30 recoveries. Some of our resources and assets we have dedicated to this tragic event include 2 helicopters with hoist teams, 12 teams, 10 K9 units, 9 swiftwater boat crews, 15 airboats, 16 UTVs, and 169 four-wheel drive vehicles. Your Texas Game Wardens will remain here and serving the community. We just ask you to continue to pray for the victims, for the families, for your first responders, for everyone involved. We'll open it up now to questions. Anybody has any?
Can you talk about how challenging it is for you guys in the mud, the big trees? What's been like the different terrain?
No, thank you for that question. Extremely challenging. We've got, of course, your Texas Game Wardens out there your local, your state partners, Texas Task Force 1. We've got the National Forest Service out there. We've got A&M Forest Service. We've got numerous responders with specialized capabilities where we've got these large pile of debris. And with our canines and you know, when we're trying to make these recoveries, these large piles can be very obstructive. And to get deep into these piles, it's very hazardous. And those specialized teams have to go in there layer by layer because our first responders, also the safety of them is concerned. So it's extremely treacherous, time consuming, it's dirty work, the water's still there. So we're having to go layer by layer, peeling these off to make those recoveries. So
What about mentally? Like when you guys stumble across someone who may be deceased, how do you process that?
Absolutely. We process it the best we can. We have professionals in place, our crisis intervention team. All the agencies have some members.
Yeah, the Coast Guard was there, has been there. FEMA is there on the ground as well, they stated. So hopefully they're doing what they should be doing to help.
Presenting there, and officer wellness is a first responder wellness is a key component to these operations. So we're maintaining and monitoring our officer wellness, our first responder wellness. We're making sure they have the support. It's very tragic whenever you see human life, but to see a child and that loss of life is extremely tragic.
More rain is expected to come down west of us, and eventually it's going to get down to the Guadalupe River. Is that going to put a halt to the searches? And if not, how are you going to change the trajectory of the search and rescue operations?
So with the water coming down, that's always a concern. And I'm sure you've been monitoring the last couple of days where we've had some reports of maybe some additional water coming in. Obviously, that's going to impact the search and recovery efforts. You know, us with numerous other agencies do have air capabilities, drone capabilities. We've got numerous fixed wing, rotary.
It was very, very
helicopters
bad.
here. So it will alter our patrol patterns and alter our
Thanks, God.
searches, but it won't deter them.
Can you outline what specific discussions and actions were taken between the time the first flood emergency alert came in at 1:14 a.m. and then when the river first started flooding, those hours later? What were the specific actions and discussions that happened in those hours?
Can you repeat that again, please?
Sure, absolutely. I would like to know if you could outline, please, what the specific actions and discussions were that local officials took between 1:14 a.m., that's when the first flood emergency alert came out, and hours later when the river first started flooding. What happened in those hours?
What I can tell you, when I was first notified, it was around the 4 to 5 area. One of my sergeants was in dispatch when the first calls started coming in, the actual 911 calls come in. It was between 4 or 5 when I got notified. Okay, but prior to that, in that 3 to 4 area, my understanding is, and we're in the process of trying to put a timeline. You know, that's going to take a little bit of time. As I've told you several times, that is not my priority this time. There's 3 priorities. That's locating the people out there, identifying and notifying the next of kin. That is what I'm taking as my job as sheriff here to do. Okay.
With all due respect, sir, I think that the community here is asking these questions. What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button. Okay, there's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times.
So did it happen, sir?
I can't tell you at this time.
You
Okay.
can't tell me if the emergency manager of the county actually issued an emergency alert.
Here we go.
Sheriff, who
Shimon,
is
just give me a second.
Emergency Operations Center? Who
Let
runs
him answer the question.
the Emergency
I'll come back to you. I'm going nowhere.
Appreciate it.
Who runs the Emergency Operations Center?
We have a communication center.
Somebody's angry.
Okay, we have a communication center. That's where the calls actually go to the police department, then they're forwarded to us.
But leading up to this, in monitoring the weather, there is, in any large city, in any state, there's an Office of Emergency Management that is monitoring the weather, that is watching and listening and getting briefings. Who was getting those briefings in this city, in this county? Who was receiving that?
Yeah, it's not going to help now at
Who
this
would have
point. That's a good point.
ultimately
Vincent. Okay.
the decision to evacuate, hearing what was coming in from the Weather Service and all.
Okay, what we would have done when we get notified. Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
You're not emergency management, though, right? The sheriff's not EOC.
No, there is no, I meant as the city.
So we understand you have many questions. Hang on.
No, I understand, but you're not gonna answer the question because that's up to the city manager and the mayor to answer those
Correct.
questions.
We understand you have many questions.
The judge is not here.
We understand that, but right now, this team up here is focused on bringing people home. That's our focus. All those questions will be answered, but the priority right now
It seems like you're
is bringing people home.
We totally understand that, and we value the incredible work that is being done by those first responders. We're seeing them out there muddy and sweaty and grinding it out day after day. But your community.
I'm muted, sorry. Yeah, and that's horrible. That's horrifying, and that's why people are so angry. And I get that they should be, but they need to let them explain like what they're trying to say. You know, it's not their point. Like that's not their job, of course, but they're all alerted. Like as a first responder, when we would have situations like this, every agency that's involved, whether it be the fire department, the sheriff's department, EMA, the National Weather Service, they all get alerted at the same time. Okay. And they put everybody on standby for what needs to be done per se. You know, a lot of times as firefighters, we were sent out to warn people, to get people off the roads, things like that for stuff, different types of tornadoes, storms, whatever it was. And I think that's what he's trying to explain, and they just won't let him do it. They're trying to put the blame on them. They need to blame somebody, in my opinion, and I get that. My biggest issue, like I showed you guys, is that NWS put out alerts the day before, the morning before. That should have been heeded. Okay, that should have been heeded too, and they should have done something there to change the situation at that point. At this point now, we can't go back and start blaming people, and they need to find everybody. They need to clean things up, and then that should be talked about later. Okay, it definitely should later, in my opinion. They're very high, Cammie. You're absolutely right. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. This is sickening, and it's very saddening to lose this many children and people, period. So it's horrifying. It really is.
He's asking these questions.
And we will get answers. Right now, all of our resources are focused
You should be able to
to
answer
recovery.
who was in charge of the Emergency Operations Center at the time that was getting any briefings.
Do we have another question?
I do. I think I'd like to focus on what local people can be looking for. We're looking at some erosion in roads and safety and then traveling. What can we tell people who live here right now and what they can do in their daily life? Should they worry about traveling on roads? Do you know anything about that infrastructure?
Sure, absolutely. Jonathan Lamb, Kerrville Police Department. So we know that there's substantial road damage. Some roads have been closed for safety. We've got crews out there shoring them up and making sure that people can travel to and from. What we're asking for the public to do to assist us is if they believe that they have seen someone, a victim, notify emergency services. Call 911, let us know, or use our non-emergency numbers, area code 830-257-8181. Contact our dispatch team and we will send officers out there. We also ask folks to limit their travel. Our first responders have had a very difficult time getting to where they need to go because of the amount of people who are flooding our roadways. We understand there's natural curiosity. People want to come here and see the flood damage. Now is not the time for sightseeing. This operation is ongoing and continuous, and it will continue. I've got time for one more question. Last question. As far as I know, the last live rescue, unless there's new information, and I don't believe there is, was made on Friday. All right, I'm afraid that's going to have to do it for this morning.
Can someone answer if the bodies have been released to the families, Sheriff?
Excuse me.
Have the bodies been released to the families?
Some. I mean, they're at autopsy.
Do we have an estimate among the general population, not just the girls from Mystic, even just credible reports? Is it hundreds still? Is there any estimate among the general population of how many people?
No, I've told y'all several times, it's hard to know that number. No, we don't. I know the numbers that we have found, and that's all I know.
You still don't want to tell us who was.
All right, so we're going to continue our operations. The next time that we're going to be in front of y'all will be at 5 p.m. right back here. If there is a critical update, again, we'll provide that information to you through the contact list that you have provided to us. Thank you all. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank y'all for being here again today.
Okay. So this is just wow. Hold on a minute here. Well, this is actually, I guess this is a little uplifting per se. And a good idea. I do agree. And then we're going to move on to our next segment here. That is a huge point, and it happens everywhere. Critical. First responders are sacrificed by politicians for the greater good, and they better wake up because Texas is supposed to get hit again today. This is true. They definitely need to be on top of this for sure because they're supposed to be getting more rain and stuff. So I hope to God nothing worse happens.
Nobody could have predicted. Not the officials, not the weather people, nobody could have predicted.
The flooding disaster in central Texas now claiming the lives of more than 100 people, including children.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
With dozens still missing, hope for their rescue is starting to fade.
We don't know. We genuinely don't know as much as we want to pray and hope.
Tonight, we're hearing the stories from first responders, many being praised as heroes.
Just comforting these kids and getting 165 of them out on the Army Black Hawk helicopters.
Welcome in for CBS News Texas at 10. I'm Steve Pickett. Tonight, we are mourning some of the youngest girls killed. She's live tonight in Kerrville.
Yeah, Steve, I'll tell you, I was sitting in church yesterday morning and our pastor says, I need you to pray for everyone impacted by the floods. He was speaking specifically about a couple that he knew that was on their way to be DNA tested so that they could identify their child. You hear that, you get this assignment, you get a pit in your stomach, you're nervous the entire way down here. And that is what it's been the entire day. Just a lot of anxiousness about what we were going to see when we got down here. I will tell you that the pictures only tell you half the story. The video only tells you half the story. It is a far different feeling when you get here. You can see the destruction, not that much behind me because it is dark tonight, but obviously you can see there are tree branches. There is foliage everywhere. We are standing at the source of the heartache for this entire community and really for our entire state. You know, we've seen a lot of resilience. We know Texas is strong. We know Texas will rebuild, but it is not easy. That is exactly why people like Ron Leonard stepped up to help.
You can take pictures and it doesn't look like what it is when you're crawling over the top of it. I really wouldn't want to find one of those little girls deceased. It would be a lot.
As hard as it is, Ron Leonard cares.
Welcome, Leah.
We're down here looking for something we really don't want to find.
Kerrville is home. He and his friends didn't wait for a formal group to form. After all, it's his community.
We went down there and cut away some of the brush as far as we could walk up and down the river looking for anything and everything.
He's seen a lot as a Navy veteran and still looked away when a body was discovered.
And that's when the 3 girls on horseback came through and discovered, because the horse wouldn't move, it had stopped and was not going to move for her. And she looked down and she says, there's a mannequin, was the first thing she said. And then she said it looked like a mannequin, but it was just not what she expected to find. See the tower back?
Oh, right there. Ron's lived through this before.
I was here in '87 at a hunting cabin whenever they were waking everybody up to go look for kids. Everybody that I run into aren't organized. They're just trying to help.
If you want to bring like cleaning supplies.
And so is Eric. July 4th was supposed to be a party at the VFW.
And we planned on feeding like 300 people, got to the facility and found out that we had 3 inches of water that had gone through the whole building.
That food would later go to feed first responders assisting with the floods at a local church. Now he's making room for more generosity.
I've been doing, as the commander here has been talking to a lot of other VFW posts. I mean, we've gone all the way out as far as New York calling this up and saying, hey, we got supplies we want to send to you.
Eric and his crew spent the weekend cleaning up the post to prepare for those donations, but he hasn't forgotten the why.
It's really sad, right, to see what had happened and to hear all the stories, the missing families, the missing kids.
He knows Kerrville and the surrounding areas are Texas strong, helping each other day by day.
We have all these people in here wanting to help, and to me, that's what makes this place a great place.
So many people want to help, and we know that you at home are probably sitting there wondering what you can do from where you are. We have a list of places that are organizing donations, whatever you'd like to do from the comfort of your home on our website, cbsnewstexas.com. But we've seen that story play out so many times today. People just telling us we're coming together to help one another. Just a few moments before our live shot, there was a helicopter circling. I don't know if you can still hear it. It is still in the area looking around for people. I want to get to our JD Miles because he's also here on the ground with me in Kerrville. He rode along with a search and rescue team today. And JD, I know they are still out. I hear them. I see them. They are still out tonight looking for people. What was your day like with them?
Nicole, we heard that helicopter too just a few minutes ago. We are actually a little west of Kerrville, actually only about 300 yards from the edge of the Guadalupe River, where this afternoon the bodies of 6 more missing flood victims were found. While there is some level of hope in the hill country that there are survivors out there, finding bodies at least offers some level of comfort for families now waiting for agonizing days. We rode along with one of the state's premier search and rescue organizations, Texas EquiSearch, deep into the wooded banks of the Guadalupe River. They brought boats and heavy equipment to remove what looks like endless amounts of debris in a race against time to find missing flood victims. Tim Miller is its founder and says the carnage he's witnessed along the Guadalupe River is worse than any hurricane or tornado search that his 130 volunteers have ever responded to.
You know, it kind of reminded me of being in Sri Lanka after the tsunami. You know, all the high debris piles and all the vehicles.
While much of the searching out here on the Guadalupe is being done with heavy equipment and boats, EquiSearch says the 6 bodies it found today were discovered by search dogs. These are some of the dogs that are being used that rescuers say have been invaluable in the searches. I asked the EquiSearch founder how he and his team are able to process the horror of finding so many bodies of children and families.
We did have some luck this morning with a couple of our cadaver dogs, and we're still running them dogs now. You know, a deal like this will certainly wear you out physically, and it takes an emotional toll.
This devastation extends for miles all the way down the banks of the river. It looks like nothing withstood the power of the rushing water. Take a look at what were dozens of RVs just like this one. A tattered American flag is a haunting reminder of July 4th, a date that takes on new meaning to local residents who are turning to fellow Texans like Tim Miller. He started his organization after his daughter's murder to make sure others who are lost are not alone.
Well, I mean, I've been, for many of these families have been in my life when my own daughter disappeared and stuff, and we got no help. See her on 17 months later, her body was found, and I remember every minute of that 17 months of hopelessness and fear, and I don't know what happened. After her body was found, I made a promise to God and Laura I'd never leave a family.
I asked the search team how confident they were that they would find everyone who's missing, and they quite bluntly told me that it's very possible that some of these victims will never be found. They plan to send a diver into the water tomorrow. Let's go back to Nicole Baker, who is in Kerrville live. Nicole.
JD, it's incredible the work they're doing. Thank you so much for taking us along with you today. You know, one story that I think has played out here is that people here say, this is our home. We're going to protect it. We're going to clean it up. There are people who feel this is their home away from home. And for people who have dealt with the floods before, you know, the pain and moving forward, they kind of mingle together. They're trying to pray their way through this, but also they don't know what's on the other side of the cleanup. They don't know what's on the other side of week 1 or week 2. Our Aaron Jones actually talked to a man today, Richard Coons, who has spent the last 40 years asking himself, how do you cope with all of this?
When news of the catastrophic hill country flooding began to spread right away, Richard Coons felt it wasn't going to be good. He knows how quickly these situations can turn deadly.
With all of this, it brings back fresh guilt.
July 17th, 1987, a day forever ingrained in Richard Coons' memory. At the time, he was an assistant pastor at a Mesquite church, leading a group of teens at the Pot of Gold Christian Camp near Comfort, Texas. Early that morning, they were told they need to evacuate because of the risk of flooding from the Guadalupe River.
We lined up in a caravan of buses and vans, and we started the journey. We were making the turn left. Our bus stalled out.
Coons told the teens and his wife, who was also on board, to get off the bus and walk to a tree on higher ground.
But as we began to walk towards that dry area, the water began to rise rapidly, and it just began to push people, in different directions.
Coons lost sight of his wife and several of his students.
And it immediately just shot you down the river. And I went under and I fought and fought and fought and fought to come up to get air.
As I could begin to count kids in trees or adults, and there were not enough kids and adults in the trees to account for everybody. So I knew it was bad.
Hours later, he faced the unthinkable, being asked to identify a woman thought to be his wife.
And so they pulled the sheet back, and it wasn't her. It was one of our kids.
One of 10 kids who died that day.
And you know what's crazy? She was at our tree, and the last thing she said to us over the roar of the river is, if I don't make it, you tell my parents I love them and I'll see them in heaven.
Nearly 40 years later, Coons still lives with the weight of that day, but has managed to find peace in his faith.
The great comfort in all of this is that I'm going to see them again. I know they're all believers and they're in heaven, and I'm going to see them. And that's what gets us. That's what gets us through our faith.
To all the families now mourning the loss of loved ones, he'd tell them those exact words. In Mesquite, Aaron Jones, CBS News, Texas.
I'll tell you one thing, faith is just one part of the story for the community here. There are so many people who have been helping one another day by day. When you're in a worst case scenario like this, the bright spot really is positivity. It is people being there for each other. Our heart has broken each and every day. I feel like every inch the water has receded, there's a pit in your stomach that gets deeper day by day, because these are not just numbers you're learning about. We know the death toll has now surpassed 100. These are lives. These are people who are loved and cared for. And so the bright spot here is that people have pitched in to help and really build community. And it's not just our first responders who have searched. It is other Texans. It is strangers. It is neighbors who have proven they are strong and resilient, just like the state of Texas.
I have assured all of the local officials here that whatever they need, whether it be personnel, whether it be equipment, whether it be search and rescue operations, whether it be supporting them in their endeavors, whatever these communities need, the state of Texas is going to step up and provide it. They will continue in the darkness of night. They will be taking place when the sun rises in the morning. They will be nonstop, seeking to find everybody who is unaccounted for.
Absolutely, Cammie. So beyond sad. Unbelievably sad, you guys. I just have no words. You see something here? It is very hard. It's very hard. One second here. I'm looking for where did you see that at, CZ? That what you're talking about right now? Oh, Ick had it. We watched the current press conference they had with the city manager and the mayor and all that, and it got a little lit up a little. I'll say that. I didn't see anything from the firefighters union though, so that was probably a different situation. Hang on here. I just wanted to see what they said. Okay, got you. Yeah, I can't do that then. Probably maybe come back to that later. Unbelievable. It's just beyond horrible. Absolutely horrifying. Yeah, I got you. I understand, Michelle, completely. It is. It's horrifying. It's horrible, guys. I wish there was more that we could all do. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I probably went down there when I was still with the fire service. I know that they've already said in our area that our VFW was going to be kind of trying to contribute, and that our fire departments have already put in, some of our local fire departments, volunteers have put in to go down and help in any way they can, just as they did with the hurricanes. Let me see something here. Okay, here. I think this is it right here. Thank you, CZ. Yeah, this will be the last thing we cover with this for right now, at least.
Medal of Valor for rescues I made in 1991. And it's a very different animal now, as I learned talking to 30 firefighters, seeing how it works today. But that's my experience. That's my title. My name is Bob Nix, Bobnicks. I appreciate you guys' interest in the story. I will start by saying the media is very persistent. So I gave interviews yesterday I didn't intend on giving. So you guys have more context you normally would have coming to a press conference. So I probably won't go through every detail, but at the end, we'll, if you could hold your question at the end, In fact, if you got a real important.
Yeah, we've got quite a few people from our state here that have gone or are going down. I know my area right here, my little area, we have a good 12 people that are packing up ready to go. So I'm very proud of them. Our VFW is contributing to that whole VFW thing they were saying there. And like I said, it goes all the way up above us to New York. We always try to help in any way we can in this state. That's one thing I know for a fact. We've done a lot of it with the hurricanes and everything. So, you know, we don't have a whole lot to give, but our people do want to go and help. That's a fact.
Question in the middle, don't feel bad about asking, but let's try to hold the question in if we can, please. I want to start off by saying that this is a very emotional issue. Oh, well, let me start this way. I know you guys, partly because I gave a message that we're having a no confidence vote today. But what we're really having today likely is, just to be very clear, is an emergency, kind of a meeting of the membership decide if we're going to do a vote of no confidence and how to formulate that. If we decide to do that, how we formulate the motion. And that's a member-driven process at that point, not my process once we put it on the table. And likely it'll result in an online vote next week that will end at 5 o'clock on Thursday. So I just want to let you guys know what the process is. And I do want to talk about votes no confidence, my philosophy on it really quick. I'm very much against votes no confidence. Many times they're done by fire associations. It's over some labor issue that comes across quite whiny to the public, and I've always been against them. I don't think they have a lot of value. But in this case, I think it's in public interest that this information really needs to come out, and it needs to come out in a transparent, accountable way. There's been talk on social media, this is some sort of ploy to help our bargaining position. That's absolutely the opposite of truth. If anything, you don't want to have these sort of things happening before you go into negotiations. So I just wanted to put that on the table really quick. If anything, this goes against our interest. It's that important that the public, I think, hear what happened so this doesn't happen again. Are there any questions really quickly on the vote no confidence procedures? Okay. I want to also make sure that people know that this is, I'm trying to make this very fact-based today and less emotional. Obviously, my post was very emotional, and I stand by the facts, but I want to get this more down to the tone of what the facts are, less emotion. This isn't personal against the fire chief. The fire chief is a fine person. We're talking about here's review as actions and decisions that firefighters have a lot of problem with. And we're going to go over that in detail. And the public needs to know exactly what happened and how they can expect their fire department to behave and act and protect them. I'm going to start by reading a statement from real firefighters, just to give you some context of why this is so important to firefighters. Some people might think, you know, what do the firefighters care? They just get a paycheck to go home. If they deploy or not deploy, what do they care? And, we are a little bit different breed of people. So I want to read this from a real firefighter, not some old guy like me that's been on our operations for a long time, because I think it really helps set the tone. I think of what every firefighter thinks, and I've got several of these. This one I want to read real quickly. I would start with a background statement to include our risk a lot to save a lot. I would say that we are grown from babies as firefighters to go and get people as our first reaction to every incident. We start in offensive mode. It's not it's not only when the conditions are dire. We know when people are not dead, we go. This is the backdrop of everything we do. We go every time. We go until we figure out that there's no reason to go further. We go every time until we can't go anymore. In this situation where people are in harm, and we have the means and training and the equipment and the people to possibly the most likely save them, there's only one answer, and that's to go. No budget reasons are good enough. No any will ever stop us from doing that. But in this case, it's sad that but you need to know what stopped us from going. And just kind of set the tone. So we're here to talk about the Austin Fire Chief Standing Order to not deploy under any circumstances was clearly to save money at the expense of saving lives. I do want to say something about the city manager and council. I've done a tremendous amount of work to make my timeline as accurate as I can. The council was unaware of all of this, and the city manager's office, I believe, was unaware also. If I thought differently, I'd report that. This was a chief's decision not to deploy. We have a memo up on the board here we're going to provide you if you want it, but we can talk. I'm going to talk about a little bit right now. But everything I have done, and I've spent a good deal of time talking to many, many people on the subject, it was his decision alone to not deploy.
Austin Fire Department has suspended deployments both TEEX and TIFMAs until October 1st. This does not include the boat team that is currently deployed. So he decided to not deploy to save money at the cost of people's lives. What the actual hell? You've got to be kidding me. Willie, what's up, brother? Hang around, dude. Love to hear from you here shortly. I'm going to bring some people up, and we're going to discuss some stuff, so hang around. Bear with this. There's currently something like $800,000 in outstanding reimbursements owed to Austin Fire Department by the state of Texas. The city wants to make sure this money is reimbursed. Wait a minute. Stop. Back up. So what he did was he made a decision to make sure that they get reimbursed the money before they do anything to help with deployments. This is embarrassing.
To establish the evidence I will share with you and to create my timeline of events, I interviewed over 20 firefighters over the weekend. They're intimate with the Special Operations Section and particularly with deployments, and the order by Chief Baker to deny the deployments under any circumstances. In fact, what was said up and down the chain is, do not deploy, don't even ask.
Do not deploy, don't even ask. I want to see this guy's face that said this.
And Chief Baker is a very charming person to meet and talk to, no doubt about it. And he's got a charisma about him, and he's got a certain number of well-polished anecdotes he puts out there that are appropriate and good, stuff like that. So, but within our department, he's known as a bully. He's known as being vindictive. He's known as being retaliatory. So when you play this when you have an order coming down the chain that says, we don't deploy, don't even ask, people know what that means. And people didn't deploy when they normally would have because of that.
So because this asshole decided to wait to see if he gets reimbursed money, people's lives could have been saved that weren't.
That direct order. So let's look at the evidence. This is a memo that I'll provide to you, but it came from somebody on the command staff. He didn't provide it for me, by the way. I got through other means. And it basically talks about stopping the deployments until October 1st. And it's just clearly, we're talking about saving money, but even stranger is talking about not getting a reimbursement from the state quick enough, which I think is even more egregious. So, and so anyway, if you go on the bottom, it even kind of indicates this to some degree. It says, P.S. Do not reply all to discuss. If you have any questions, oh no, excuse me, it's right above this. Oh, I'm sorry, here it is. Do not reply to discuss. If you have any questions, contact me directly. Also, I don't know if EMS is doing deployments or not. The argument that AFD makes money on deployments is moot because it's a cash flow problem. And it has little to do with the amount we're being reimbursed. Because
money, again.
The truth is we do not save any money on deployments. If that was an issue, if that was important, which of course is not, because we don't put dollars over people. We just don't do that in emergency services. Plus a little bit of extra. So we literally make money on deployments, okay? And now Chief Baker's not even saying that here. He's actually said this in case in an interview.
They're close to this area, Twiz. They could have been deployed to help in this, and he said no. No, not until they get their reimbursed the money that they're owed by the state. They're not going to deploy until then. What the hell? Wow.
He's saying, I was trying to send a message to the people giving us deployment to get us quicker. If that is true, which I believe the interviewer said it correctly, that's even worse in my mind than just doing to save money. You're basically trying to punish bean counters at the expense of people that we need to rescue. So after this, so I didn't know, but I knew that there was a moratorium on deployments, and I thought it came from this letter here, but it doesn't. But this letter here is what prompted a meeting between myself, Chief Baker, and Assistant City Manager Eddie Garcia. And what it does is, it's the first thing, how we got here, but Chief Baker wanted to brown out nearly 12% of our fire engines to save money. It's never been done in the history of Austin. We're not a Detroit or Cleveland.
But we have people coming from little old my town here in Ohio and other places in such small towns that are willing to go down there voluntarily, but this fuck can't do it because he didn't get reimbursed the money he wanted for their own people. This makes me sick to my stomach.
Or Pittsburgh, we are not a Rust Belt city. We have rising revenues. To brown out engines for money is in my mind crazy talk. And so I talked to the manager. He said, Bob, don't worry about brownouts. I'm not like them politically or operations. That's great. So then they came up with a scheme to brown out the units and put squads in their place to save money, which basically means 2 firefighters in a pickup truck instead of 6 fully staffed fire engines. And so I went to go to the manager and talk to him about that and explain to him why that wasn't good. So he goes, Bob, we need to save money. You know,
Good point, Twiz. Good point.
I said, we're already cut to the bone. You know, you guys made a mistake.
Yeah, it does have some North Carolina feelings to it.
Which can happen. I'm not faulting anybody. But take money out of the reserves. We don't have any money on the meat on the bone left to give back. And so they stopped that idea, which I really appreciate the manager listening to me. Then they went to this next thing where they deployed 42 of our staff members from staff back to operations. Some of these people have post-incident stress, known sleep deprivation issues. And the chief told me when I brought that up, he goes, I can't decide who has more harm done to them by working this job hard than another. They're all going back, is what he's implying. And so that's kind of shows you the tone the fire chief took and the pressure he felt under to really cut costs. Okay. I thought this memo contained the deployment information was in that letter I showed you earlier.
His name is Bob Nix. And it's Nix with an N, yeah. And the chief's name, and I'm gonna be looking him up, is Chief Baker.
So in that meeting, we talked about deployments. I brought it up with Eddie Garcia and Chief Baker. And I said, Chief Baker, we make money on deployments. He goes, no, we don't, Bob. That's not true. I said, Chief, yes, it is true. It's absolutely true. We make money on deployments. No, you're mistaken. I said, Chief, I'm not mistaken. And I said, Chief, if what you're trying to look at Eddie, the city manager said, if what the chief's trying to say is that the money may not come in, the reimbursement may not come in this fiscal year, that's no problem because you got a multi-$100 million reserve fund. City of Austin does. Maybe it's not that high, but it's a large reserve fund. You can simply do the deployment, make a footnote, reimburse it later, and we're good. And so Assistant City, I thought the manager's office kind of understood that at the time, but they were surprised to hear that. And they never heard from Chief Baker before that he was stopping deployment. So it didn't really resonate as much as I thought it was going to with them. But that conversation was had to Baker directly. He seemed to not understand exactly how the system worked for reimbursements and how by stopping these deployments didn't save money at all. That was very concerning. So that gets us down to leading into the deployment denials. So the way it works, we deploy several different ways. I'm going to go over every single one, but I'm going to go over the deployments that were requested for us for the Kerrville
Austin Firefighters Association called for the Austin Fire Chief to be fired for not allowing specially trained fighters help with the rescue efforts in the Texas flooding. We could have made a difference and were forced to stand down and lives were lost. The statement asserts that the Austin Firefighters Special Operations Teams are specially trained for the Hill County Swift Water Rescue and are some of the best, if not the best, swiftwater boat teams in the state of Texas. Oh, this pisses me off. They said the Fire Chief Joel G. Baker. There he is, folks. You want to call and make a big deal about it? I would. I may. Even though I don't live there, I still may. Joel G. Baker would not allow them to respond to Kerrville, claiming that people died because of the chief's decision. In the letter, the Fire Association said the deployment orders came down from the state of Texas on July 2nd, so that they would have been pre-deployed before the waters even started to rise. But it was until, they knew on July 2nd, folks, July 2nd, this was pre-planned, that they already had people pre-deployed. They were ready to go in case something happened. And he said, not my people. We're not sending anybody from here because of this money. This is bullshit. This is bullshit, okay? So they would have been pre-deployed before the waters even started to rise, but it wasn't until the afternoon of the 4th that 3 Austin Fire Department rescue swimmers were able to help. Three, that's it. Helo teams on rescues. It is unforgivable that a fire chief would not allow his firefighters to answer the call to save lives. Why would Fire Chief Joel Baker do this? You may ask. It was a misguided attempt to save money. I say misguided because the fire department is fully reimbursed by the state to deploy. And you just heard him say that there was a very big emergency fund that they have, okay? I explained the reimbursement process to Chief Baker last week, and he failed to understand this very simple concept. We are disgusted with our fire chief. He needs to be held accountable and fired for his disgraceful dereliction of duty. The Austin firefighters are starting a vote of no confidence on Tuesday on the fire chief. It's time that we hold accountable our disgraced fire chief and anybody else in his leadership circle who are responsible for this horrendous act. The association then goes on to advocate for support, saying holding the chief accountable is going to get ugly. The community deserves a fire chief who cares about the community as much as our firefighters. And that is simply not the case. Joel G. Baker must go. There he is, smiling away. It says here, it brings the Austin firefighters no pleasure to report the community that the Austin Fire Chief denied the deployment of Austin firefighters to Kerrville until very late into the event. So, today, with the exception of 3 AFD rescue swimmers who helped staff helo teams, which the Austin Firefighters Special Operations Teams are specially trained for, Hill County Swiftwater Rescue, and are some of the best, if not the best, swiftwater boat teams in the state of Texas. I read that at the beginning. Unbelievable. If this man's not fired, I have big issues with this. This was on 20 hours ago. It says here again, we just received word about tomorrow's deployment's been canceled. TF1 remains on standby, prepared to deploy aid if called. MFRD deploying personnel to aid the Texas flood response. In response to the recent flood disaster in Texas, the Mobile Fire Rescue Department is mobilizing a Type 3 urban search and rescue USAR team to assist with ongoing search, rescue, and recovery efforts. The teams include 16 personnel from MFRD, with additional support from the city of Saraland and the city of Tuscaloosa, approximately a dozen civilians to provide medical and canine handling support. They are being deployed as part of Alabama's task force, one through the Alabama Mutual Aid System, that are expected to depart in the early morning hours of July 8th. Through their role with ALTF1, MFRD personnel have previously responded to major disasters. So what I'm saying is we have people coming from all different states in this country to assist in this, including here where I sit. And this asshole would not allow his own people that are just a couple hours away to go assist in this because of money and politics. You've got to be kidding me. This makes me sick. Absolute insanity. This is disgusting to me. If this man doesn't lose his job, no way. No way. Volunteer firefighters, mind you, okay, that are going from my area. A lot of them are volunteer firefighters. They're not paid firefighters, okay? Unbelievable. I'm just beyond sick over this. Disgusting and stupidity, ignorance. It brings the Austin firefighters no pleasure to report to the community that the Austin fire chief denied the deployment to Kerrville until very late. Okay, we read that. The Austin firefighter special operator, we read that too. Joel G. Baker. Lives were very likely lost because of Chief Baker's decision. They sent 3 people, folks. 3 people. Too late in the game. Shame on this. Shame on this man right here. Shame on him. Absolutely shame on you, sir. You should be disgusted with yourself. All because you didn't get reimbursed when the time that you thought you should. Austin Fire Chief defends a response after accusations of delaying. How could you possibly defend that? What a joke. What a joke. I can't even look at that anymore. I'm so disgusted with that. Good God. Shame on you. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Truly, I have no words on that. I'm sorry, you guys. I just don't. Pure disgusting. Purely disgusting. All right, guys. Onward we go. All right, 1 second here. I don't know what to say. Yeah, he needed to protect Austin first. They had enough where they could have handled both, in my opinion, CZ. I don't even know what to say. I just don't. Like I said, they had a very large emergency fund that they could have tipped into if they needed to for different things, but no. Didn't happen. All right, let's see here. I went to the RCMP website again, and of course, there's still nothing there. Yeah, Willie, I got you, bro. That's what I would have done, Tandy. I'd have left right then and there and told him, you can keep your fire department. Bye. Okay, let's see here. This was put out 10 hours ago about Jack and Lily Sullivan. Just trying to give you guys some whatever updates I have real quick on these two, and we'll move forward.
Of not one, but two children going missing from an isolated area, with no evidence of them being in the woods. But the biggest thing to note is that the dog's scent ends at the end of the driveway, suggesting that Jack and Lily were taken off the property in a vehicle. A family member related to Malaya, called Durwood, has been speaking out, and the more I think about it, the more this theory of his could make sense. Malaya spoke to her family about struggles with Daniel. They decided to make a plan and take the kids away to a reservation, where they are alive and well. I think it got bigger than they ever thought it would, and now they sit with a problem. Daniel said that Malaya wanted 3 things from him, but didn't care about any other belongings of hers or the kids. She wanted their birth certificates, and their school photos, as well as stuffed animals. I couldn't wrap my head around why she wanted these specific items, until someone commented on my video yesterday, and I started digging a little bit. The comment reads, "This would be a logical explanation." In order to apply for registration for Lily and Jack under the Indian Act, Malaya would require the original proof of birth document with parental information, which are the birth certificates, and acceptable photos, originals, taken within 12 months before the application is submitted, head and shoulders only, which are basically their school photos. The applicant will receive a decision letter within 6 months. Checking into the items needed for registration, this poster is correct, and it makes a lot of sense why Malaya would want the school photos and birth certificates. It is also being rumored that police are speaking to Durwood and his so-called information on this case. He said he knows who was driving the car that took the kids away, so if he has that vital information, then of course, he needs to be interrogated by police. This theory could explain a lot that we can't understand in this case, like why the scent ended at the end of the driveway, why Malaya didn't search or plead for the safe return of her children. It would also explain why there is no evidence of the kids in the woods, or even boot prints leading to the woods. What do you guys think? Drop your thoughts down below.
This case just makes so much zero sense to me. It's insane. Absolutely no sense. They need to figure out what the hell is going on and deal with it. Okay, so here we go. Real quick. Michelle put another video out on this about 8 hours ago. We've been following about everything that she puts on this just to keep up with it because nothing else is coming. So Willie, Will. Glad to have you here, brother. One moment, guys. Let's get this out real quick and on we go.
Michelle, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Tuesday morning, the 8th of July. In this video, we're going back to Nova Scotia in Canada today to talk about missing siblings, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. Lily and Jack were reported missing on May the 2nd. They've been gone for over 2 months and we are no further forward. Absolutely no further forward than when we started. Except for one thing, the biggest red flag. The biggest red flag, in my opinion, is right there, staring us in the eye. Let's talk about it. What is this big red flag, Michelle, I hear you say? Well, all in good time. Just one moment, because I'm going to ask you, please subscribe if you've not done so. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers on this channel by the end of the year. I'm closing in on 92,000 subscribers, so I think I can do it. I've got nearly 6 months.
If you guys haven't yet done it, please help her out. Her link is right there. She's really close to it. I think she deserves it. So please help her out. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss what she puts out. She covers a lot of different stuff on both her channels. It's not far off. So to hit 100,000 is a major goal. Maybe one day I'll do it, but I think she deserves it, guys. So please subscribe if you have not yet done that and help her out.
I think I can do it. I know that nearly 50% of people who watch my videos don't subscribe and not subscribed, please do so. I'd be closing in on 200,000 subscribers if everybody who watched my videos subscribed. So please do so. It's no skin off your nose. All you have to do is click the subscribe button. It's completely free. All right, with all that said, what's this red flag? It's the lies. It's the lies. I can't with the lies. From Daniel's side, we have had a bunch of lies. Secondary to that, each side has had people coming out talking on their behalf. So on Malia's side, we've had Durwood, stroke Darren, who is Malia's first cousin twice removed. He's the cousin of Malia's grandma. But he is sticking up for Daniel's side. But then, more recently, just a couple of days ago, we've had Haley. And there was also a friend of Malia's, but she didn't say very much other than Malia's a nice person. And we've had Belinda, the children's paternal grandmother.
The thing with this case is there's so many people that are supposed like friends and relatives of these two that have stepped forward and said stuff. But how much of it, how do we know any of it's true? You know what I mean? That's the problem. Law enforcement hasn't taken any of it and said anything with it. That's what bugs me about this. So I think she's from Manchester. I do believe that's where she's from, you guys, for those of you that don't know.
Mother of Cody, who is the children's biological father. And she had nice things to say about Malia as well. But she used to be a great mother. Well, hasn't seen her for a long time because it seems like Daniel has been keeping Malia away from extended family. So there seems, just, reading the tea leaves here, there seems to have been some control in this relationship on Daniel's part against Malia. And Haley, Malia's sister, really spilt the beans and said her side of the family had no idea the conditions that they were living in and the fact that Daniel had been on drugs for the last 2 years. Malia's just as blameworthy as Daniel if she's willingly been living in that situation. The only way I'd have some kind of sympathy with her is if she was forced to live in that situation. And I don't believe that Malia was kept prisoner. I don't think things got that bad. But with mental ill health, with depression, with maybe not being able to think clearly, maybe not being the most logical mind, maybe Malia got herself into a situation that she didn't think she could get herself out of. But Malia herself hasn't come out and told us any of this. This has all come from proxies. And we have to take what they say at face value. Decide, if you were on a jury, you'd have to do this. You'd have a bunch of witnesses and they may say conflicting things and you decide who's the most credible. Haley sounded credible, but I don't know her. Not know her from Adam. So am I going to believe her? Well, makes sense. But no, I'm not going to believe anything these people say. I'm not going to believe anything anyone says unless there's some kind of corroborating evidence. Malia has only actually spoken once. The interview that she gave to the news on the 3rd of May, just over 24 hours after Lilly and Jack were reported missing. And there's red flags in that interview. I think she's holding stuff back. Could that be the drugs? Could it be the depression? Could it be they had absolutely no idea what happened to Lilly and Jack and they've just made up a story? Because both Daniel and Malia said the same thing, almost scripted. It reminded me of the script that Don and Candice Wells gave to the news and to everybody. The planting flowers and the candy from grandma and washing their hands. Yeah, all that. You remember it well if you've been following the Summer Wells case over in Tennessee for the last 4 years. Yes, in Summer's case, this has been going on for 4 years. But then on Daniel's side, this is where we get the most blatant lies. So at first, Daniel was speaking to the news almost on a daily basis. He's been speaking in YouTube chats. I'm telling you, there was too many inconsistencies, variations on a theme, but too many inconsistencies for me. There's Lilly and Jack never went out without supervision, and then, well, he has to keep telling them to shut the door, and then they go out, don't they? Malia has also, in text messages, said that the children do go out. Well, that's a lie in itself. That's to give the public the illusion that you were this really attentive parent. Again, very similar to what Candice did in the Summer Wells case, walking Summer over, the few yards from Grandma's camper to the front door, when there was no need. If what Candice said happened, there was no need to walk Summer over those few yards. Absolutely no need whatsoever. But it's a lie to make you sound like a better parent than you are. But the biggest lie is the complete change of story that has come out via Darewood Darren, Malia's cousin, but sticking up for Daniel. And the story that Darewood has given, and look, Darewood may truly believe what he's been saying, but it's all come from Janie, Daniel's mother, who said that she saw Malia acting suspiciously on the driveway early in the morning. She's got all this timeline. We don't know what this timeline is. And Janie won't come out talking herself. Daniel has intimated to the news that there's things that we don't know, that there's more to the case than meets the eye. And then he's blamed Malia in text messages, but saying that Malia had Lilly and Jack taken, disappeared, and she was going to follow on later that day, doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't. Why would Malia do that with Lilly and Jack and not just leave herself at the same time? It doesn't make sense why she'd put herself in a situation where Lilly and Jack are now somewhere out of her control and she's there still stuck in the same situation with Meadow. Doesn't make sense. Unless she was completely hoodwinked by someone who was subsequently kidnapped to Lilly and Jack, and she can't now say. It's unlikely, possible, yes, stranger things have happened, but it's come from Daniel's side. It's come from Janie, who wouldn't let the cops search her RV, because supposedly about a dog, but actually she didn't want people looking in the cupboard. Why? Was there drugs in the cupboard? I don't know. I've heard that there was, but I can't confirm that. Was there drugs on that property and that's why they've been behaving really shady? Janie won't come out talking. Daniel won't come out and actually say from his own mouth the stuff that Darewood has been saying as his proxy. He won't come out and directly face it. Says that, oh, well, the cops have told him not to talk. I don't believe that. Maybe the cops have said, be careful with some of the things you share. Who knows? Or then maybe that's just another lie. He says he passed a polygraph. We can't confirm or deny that he passed a polygraph. The cops aren't talking. The cops are not going to tell us who passed a polygraph and who didn't. Do you know what it reminds me of? Like from Daniel's side now. It reminds me of Don Wells. It reminds me of Don Wells when he said the Mexican cartel were involved in Summer's disappearance. Do you remember that? It was this unbelievable story about the Mexican cartel. But then you think, well, it's Don Wells. Could it be true? And he was just feeding people a line. He was playing a game. When Candice said that Don had been arrested, the hysterical phone call that she made to Don's stepsister. Totally believable. She was heartbroken. But it was all a big game. And I get the feeling that Daniel is in the middle of a big game that he's finding amusing because everybody's talking about him online. He's a younger version of Don Wells. He's a Don Wells of Canada. Tell me I'm wrong. Come on, tell me I'm wrong. That's the biggest red flag, the lies. There's no need for lies if you're telling the truth. And if you don't like what's being said online, just don't watch it. Don't listen to it. You know your truth. There's no reason you would need to carry on watching it if you didn't like it. The truth doesn't change, does it? I mean, all right, there might be things that you remember that you'd forgotten to say. That's okay. That's fine. Because you're in a traumatic situation and then you remember a few more details. That's fine. That's understandable. As just humans, that's what they do. But you wouldn't completely change your story. Completely. You wouldn't. Because the truth doesn't change. You're hiding in the shadows in this YouTube chat and that YouTube chat. And occasionally raising your head above the parapet and saying something that's going to inflame the chat. If you were genuine, if you were being truthful, if you weren't playing games, you won't feel the need to do that, in my opinion. But hiding in the shadows, getting proxies to talk on your behalf. Oh, Daniel's cousin was another one who
Welcome,
came out.
Ginger.
Forgotten about her. You wouldn't have all these proxies coming out talking on your behalf. If you were telling the truth and you wanted to clear your name, you'd do it yourself. Or you just get completely sick of it, as I said, and you just wouldn't watch anymore because you know what you're saying is the truth. Let me know your thoughts, guys, in the comments. Please subscribe if you've not done so. Leave a like on your way out as well. That would be kind of you because that just helps get the.
All right, Michelle, thank you again. And she's right, in my opinion, with a lot of what she stated. I don't know. I don't know what to think with this one, you guys. I just don't know what to think with this one. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Per request. I don't know. I guess. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let me copy that there. Throw that in the chat. There's our link. Bring that down. Pin it up here. All right. So the link has been in the chat if anybody wants to join me. I got a couple emails and some other people asking me about an Idaho discussion as to what we think. We had a pretty good one over at Kane's last night. It was interesting. So if anybody wants to jump up and conversate with me, the link's pinned there. Let's do it. How did the camp not take the warning? That's my question. If they knew Thursday, they were out Thursday morning. Okay, why would you not just say, okay, let's just do this. Let's get these kids up higher ground, get them out of the way for now. If nothing happens, then nothing happens. We can take them back. But why would you not do that just to be safe? That's what I don't understand. This is why I was never comfortable with taking my kids to camp, sending my kids to camp. Just wasn't. I don't trust other people. That's my problem. So, very good point. Twist. She's great with her kids. You got to give her that. I will give her that. They knew it was out there, Trish, and most camps will look into that stuff. They look at the weather. They look at the Jesus, Willie. They look at.
What's up, buddy?
I just saw your name. Good God.
How have you been?
I'm here.
That's good.
I'm doing all right. Besides, the inevitable.
I haven't seen you in a minute, buddy.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I see you around, but I never got to. So what I did was I unsubscribed from your channel and I resubscribed, so you'd be like the first channel I see now when I go to because I don't get notifications when people are live, so I got to like manually see when people are live.
Does that work? To do that?
You mean do you go to the front?
Did it help you? Oh, well, that's good to know. Well, there you go.
That's why I do it all the time. Yeah. It puts because then it kind of like takes you out of like, okay, you've had him subscribe for a year and you're all the way back here, and then it puts you up in the front.
That's a good
You
idea.
know?
I didn't know that. Thanks for
Yeah.
appreciate that. Well, at least, well, anybody that's not getting notifications, there you go. Try that out and see if it works. Because a lot of people haven't been, and I was gone for 5 days. And I think
I was gone for a minute.
yeah, it pulled me out of the algorithm, and I think now I'm trying to get back up there. So
Yeah. Well, I saw you had a pretty missed it, but you had a pretty good live the other night.
yeah, I've been having decent ones, but you know why? But
Yeah.
I don't know. We had a discussion at Kane's last night about it, and I figured others were asking me about it here. So what the hell? We had one the day of the plea, and then another one afterwards, and about other things. But at this point, it's just a basic. People just want to talk. They want to express their feelings and talk, and so here we are. Here we are.
And they're angry. And I mean, to be honest, I mean, I can't blame them. You know, I mean, people have put over 2 years of effort into this, into researching, into hours of this and that. But I just think people are mad at the wrong individuals right now.
Well,
just each other.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it. I'm angry. I mean, just because of the time spent, like you said, the efforts, the thoughts, the feelings, the emotions, a lot of people took this deeply emotionally, which I don't blame. You know, I don't think it's understood either. And like I said the other day, I guess to start the conversation off with my thoughts on why this happened. I kind of took what Twiz had said, and I agreed with what he said. You know, that I believe Brian did this because he thought it was the best decision he could make for future possibilities. I don't know. At that time, that's just my opinion. I agreed with that because nothing else of any substance makes any sense as to why. So, do I believe he's guilty? I still don't. I can't. I've tried. I just said, well, the kid did it.
Here's the thing. Do I believe it happened the way that he agreed to? No. Do I believe that he could have some kind of involvement? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, he could. He could or he couldn't. I don't know. It's hard to believe it based on the things we've seen, but I guess he could have some involvement. It could be anything from driving a car to being, hey, Scully, good to see you, to...
Well, I'm just like, you know, I'm just trying to use my common sense. If the defense approaches the prosecution, that means the defense has seen something that maybe a hurdle that they don't think they can get over.
Do we know that that's 100% true, though, that the defense approached him? Because I heard it.
95% of people that I've asked have said that the defense approach. So until I hear different, I don't know.
Yeah, I got you. And that would make me think something too, Willie. I mean, like, why would you, as a defense team, go to the prosecution and say, hey, can we have a plea deal?
Yeah.
Unless you feel like you can't do it.
Yeah. But apparently him pleading guilty and me believing him, you know, I'm fucking public enemy number one because I'm not sitting here like, oh, you know, they're making him for, you know, Ann had a gun under the table making him say that and yada, yada, yada. It's like, I don't know what to think anymore, dude. The dude said what he said, right? Which made it 10 times harder for him to ever see the day of light again.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. Get over it.
I get it. And Cat Lady said, I don't agree with him agreeing to sign off his rights to appeals. He shouldn't have done. I agree with you, but we did look into it, and there are ways for him to get around this. There are.
Yeah. But do you know? Did you really look into those ways, though?
There's fine print. I know what you're saying. Yes, there is.
Because he has to. Because the one bullet point was what's it called? Insufficient counsel or whatever. But the judge asked him. That's why he screwed up by agreeing to everything. When he asked him, nobody's making you say this. You're happy with your lawyers. He's like, yep.
The only you know me. We've talked about this for going on 3 years, dude. And
of course.
Other things, of course. You know, and my gut. I go with my gut on a lot of things, and it's been right with a lot of things. Okay, and like I said the other day, a lot of us said I accept what he did. I respect what he did. Do I believe it? I can't. Because there's so many different things that we've seen on top of this that say no, it doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense. He couldn't have done these things or those things or whatever. There's just no possible way. So I have to still say no. Common sense.
But here's the thing, though, my man. As soon as a person, anybody I know, as soon as a person, if I'm trying to help them or if I'm backing them, give up on themselves, there's no way I can keep.
I get it.
You understand? If you give up on yourself, everybody else shouldn't just like. He got up there. He admitted to it. They asked him flat out, bro. Flat out. Did you go in there with the intent to kill? Yada yada yada. He said yes. That means premeditation, dude. He didn't have to say it was pre. He could have said he went there to rob the place and it was all, this happened, that happened. No, he agreed to it all.
You are absolutely correct.
But I'm the asshole because he agreed to it all. Like, it's my fault.
No, I don't think
nobody looks at the 2.5 years that I fucking advocated for this fucking dude, bringing his friends on, trying to do everything I can. But as soon as I believe Brian and his words, I'm the asshole. It's amazing, dude. I'm telling you, the true crime community is amazing.
There's a lot of people that took this to heart, like way deeper than you probably should have. And I know what you're saying. I've seen people. I've seen some people that sent me emails that said, well,
like he's their brother.
How are you going to say that you trust or you believe, or how did they put it? You're going to, Dago, how could you say that you respect what he did? And I said, because I have to. I don't have a choice but to respect what he did. Do I believe it? No, I don't, because I can't. Maybe I will down the road, but I can't right now. Okay, I just can't right now. I'm not ready for that yet. So
that's what I'm saying. Well, that's why I keep hearing it. This is part of something bigger and bigger. But I'm not here to hear about this bigger thing 2 years from now. You know what I mean? Like, other cases are going to happen. Other stuff's going to happen, and like, it's unfortunate, but this is going to go to the wayside.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I do feel like, though, because I know you said you're hearing it. I'm hearing it. I feel it. Like, I feel like there is something coming up the road. What is it? I couldn't tell anybody. I have no idea.
Yeah. Once he withdraws his plea, I mean, he can do that. But the problem is everything he just pled to and did and said in court could be used against him now in the trial. So,
all right. And that's going to look bad if they do go to trial, unless they prove some prosecutorial misconduct, which they very well could do. And then that can be held against the state for basically cornering him into doing something like this. And what Twitch just said right here is something that I said. Steve Gonzalez said this himself. A lot of us don't trust him. He's right. As soon as they brought in that independent prosecutor or the special prosecutor to look into the state's misjudgings and stuff, that they ran from this shit, dude. And it was like the quickest shit I've ever seen in my life. As far as the plea deal goes, Hitler himself looked kind of dumbfounded, like, really? And said, I was just as thrown back as you were. I just found out Monday. Blah, blah, blah. And that made me go, wait a minute. Now, like, I've never seen a plea deal go through this fast in my life. Okay. There was no allocation. There was nothing connected to this. It was just a very simple, yes, I did it. It's done. Boom, boom. He's gone. Like, they couldn't get this over with fast enough. And look how fast they scheduled the sentencing, by the way, the 23rd.
Yeah.
That's quick, dude. Something's not right with this. Any other case?
Of course it's not right, but here's the problem, dude. It's still a fact that Bill Thompson stood up. Yes or no? That Bill Thompson stood up, because I know I can have a logical conversation with you without you getting in your feelings, like 80% of the people fucking on here. But anyway,
of course,
he stood up and he literally read the PCA to Brian, and Brian admitted to the whole PCA, right or wrong?
100%. Yeah. And that's the other thing, though. Did you hear what he said, though? He goes, you're going to hear some things that you haven't heard yet, and then reads the PCA back to us. Come on.
Exactly.
That was stupid. And hold on a minute. I got to deal with this. You just can't face it. No, Tara. I know that's what you want it to be. And you want this to be what it is so bad. It has nothing to do with that.
What does Tara want it to be? Like, I'm confused.
He wants it to, Brian's guilty, just accept it, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do that until I see proof, guys. And again, Tara, the prosecution has not won anything with this. They didn't prove that Brian did this. Brian said he did this. He agreed to the charges is all he did. Okay? So nobody duped anybody. That's so stupid. A vicious killer. Okay. You got me on that one. You're right. If you don't want,
that's the thing. He's saying. I mean, he told us he's a killer. So that's the problem. Dinky is where is where I'm at. Like, he's saying he's a killer, but then over here it all doesn't make sense, and then I'm stuck here. Like, well, what the fuck? You just fought for 2.5 years and gave it up on a whim.
Exactly. And I feel, let me say this. There's I don't know if you saw the little bits and pieces of things that have been put out from there was a couple of excerpts that they pulled out of the Patterson book where I guess Michael Koberger was talking to an old friend of his about Jeremy, when Jeremy passed away, Jeremy's mother.
Saba? Yeah.
Okay, he was talking to her and about, you know, how one thing he said, which threw me back, was that
Talking to Jeremy's dad?
Michael Koberger, Brian's dad, was talking to Jeremy's mother in a grocery store. They had seen each other, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Jeremy's mom actually taught me in kindergarten.
Right. Yeah.
Miss Saba. I'm telling you, one of the nicest women, just all around. I don't know why she's so nice. I've ever met in my life, dude. Was Jeremy Saba's mom, like, just all around the nicest lady, one of the nicest ladies in the area I've ever met, dude. I swear to God. And it's a shame because, like, when me and Saba would hang out with Steve and Vinny, like, I'd see Saba almost every single day. I'd pick him up. All we'd ever do was smoke, dude. You know, until fucking I graduated, and all of a sudden everybody got into the heroin and shit. I love Saba.
They wanted a little.
You know, I also love fucking Joey Decker, which is Brian's best friend, but he went a different direction. He got locked up. I used to bring Joey Decker to every single one to my parties that I threw because, you know, I just liked his personality. But boom, the drugs.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and it killed everybody up there, dude.
Taking everybody down everywhere, dude. Not just there. It's everywhere.
I didn't have all the nicest teachers. Fucking, I had a lot of bitch teachers, but, you know, I mean, Jeremy Saba's mom. You bring her up here. She's the nicest woman you ever meet.
Well, that's
guaranteed.
The statement that was made in this book. I guess Michael, Brian's dad, saw her in the store. They ran into each other, and he's like, "Oh, is that you?" Blah blah blah. You know, all that kind of stuff. And he says to her, they get into general conversation, and then it gets brought up. You know, I was so sorry to hear about Brian, and he's like, you know, it's horrible what happened to Jeremy, so on and so forth. All this stuff, and then it goes to, Michael saying, you know, that Brian didn't do this, right? And she said that it said she kind of agreed with him. Not the Brian that I know. The Brian I know wouldn't have done this. And he says exactly that sheath was planted. And he says that the sheath wasn't there when they said it was there. They found it later, supposedly. And then says that he makes another statement about that drug was full of drug, or that house was full of drugs, things like that, so on and so forth. And goes on to say, he just keeps saying Brian didn't do this. And she agrees with him, you know, again, not the Brian that I know. He wouldn't do this, things like that. And then he says, they talk about Jeremy again and says, she said, does Brian know about Jeremy? And he goes, yeah, he knows, but he was away for a while. He didn't tell us where he was, but he was away for a while, but he does know now. And where the hell was he for a while that they didn't know where he was, that he wouldn't tell them? That was another question I had about that statement. And it was just an interesting back and forth between the two. And so there's a lot of people that are still saying that the Brian they know wouldn't do this, but people do change. Don't get me wrong, folks. People can change. He did say that Brian was never the same after the drugs, meaning the heroin, okay? And that he changed. And I get that. But could that have something to do with him as a person? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't know him that way. I didn't know him before he did heroin. I don't know him now.
I just know the people that know him.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's it. You know, I know people,
but then again, you know, all those people don't fucking know what happened when he went off to college, over, you know, out west. So, you know, shit, dude, something could happen to somebody in 24 hours, and you know, their whole, you know. But again, the way he did it, all the shit, all the bullshit that we've all been talking about is still the same. So that's why I don't get why he would plead to that if he had a shot in hell.
There has to be. Well, and then now I forgot a piece of that. He also tells her that there were people. They talk about Brian's mom and how she's become kind of a hermit. She doesn't go out. They don't go out. They don't deal with anything. That their house has been being watched for quite a while by what he called government people. Michael said this, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. And it's been put out there that, you know, there's threats against Brian's family, his parents, whatever. And so on and so forth. So I had to wonder, did he do this to protect his family?
But why now?
Well, maybe it came down to that, Willie. Maybe it came down to this point where there was like verbal, like physical threats possibly being put out there against them that, you know, do we need to do this to protect my family? I don't know. Now, these are just
More than the time that people thought like him and his dad conspired all this on their way back to Pennsylvania. Like, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, you fight for this long, you waive your extradition, you're eager to be exonerated, you drag it on, and then you stand up and you fucking plead a couple weeks before trial. Sorry, dude. He's a pussy.
That makes me think something changed. I can agree with you on that aspect too. Okay, but you're right. 2.5 years you fought. You stood strong. You stood silent. You did not. Nothing changed. You stood. Period. That's it. Okay. And then all of a sudden you didn't. That's a hell of a change overnight, Willie. Think about it. Something, in my opinion, had to either come down or happen, or something was found.
But here's the thing: you got to remember, and like, you know, everybody can bitch and moan all they want. The prosecution was still handing over discovery. So who the hell are we to say, oh, well, they got nothing new? How do we know that they didn't present something where the defense was like, fuck?
I mean,
Brian,
you're right. You're right. Well, the hell, the defense could have found something. Maybe the defense, and I'm looking at all the angles. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, because they did their own investigation. So if it came to Brian, they were like, yo, dude.
There's, how can I say this? What if the defense, I've looked at this every way I can. Dude, I've been losing sleep about this, believe it or not.
Yeah.
What if the defense tested some of this DNA themselves and they found something and said, wait a minute now, like, this is a problem, Brian. What are we supposed to do with this? You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I'm seeing it from all ways.
But then the problem I have then too with it all is, okay, say Brian, you know, might have been involved, or they think he, you know, but they're still defense attorneys, dude. Their job is to get him off. So, you know, with all these technicalities, with all these, you know, invading our rights and stuff like that, you had a shot to get your client off, and y'all three just sat there while he basically wanted to stand the whole time and plead guilty. I can't process that, brother.
It's hard for me too. You're right. There was the thing I don't understand, and it kind of bugs me, that he should have been forced to allocate. Okay. He should have been forced during this plea. It should have been worked into the plea deal.
He should have been forced to tell him where the fucking weapon was, dude.
That's what I'm saying. As far as allocation goes, they should have given him, you have to tell us something for us to give you this deal only nobody but yourself would know as the killer if you are.
Exactly.
Where's the knife or knives or whatever the hell was used? Where is this? Where is that? Nothing was stated, Willie. Nothing. The dude didn't say a word. And I don't understand that. I don't get that part of it.
And then if he wasn't alone that did it, which is what his defense is saying, why isn't he offering up information for a lighter sentence? You're telling me life with no parole and no appeals is a deal? That's a deal in people's minds, dude. Oh, he saved his own life. Like they were going to take him out back that night and shoot him. These people don't think, bro. I swear.
Well, that's the thing. That death penalty, okay? He would have been on death row for, like I said, the dude that killed my friend's been on death row for 40 years. Now, I'm not saying he'd have been there that long, but you don't know what could happen in a 10, 15, 20-year period of time sitting on death row. Things can change around, this, that, and everything else. You could have made it even if you'd have been convicted. My other issue is that we don't know that this wouldn't have been a hung jury, or he'd have been found completely innocent. None of that. We don't know any of that because it.
But why is Ann standing? But why is Ann and the other one standing up and saying, "Your Honor, my client is innocent," and sitting there with your hand on his shoulder, letting him plead out? What happened? What changed? Did your mind change, Ann? Did you find something, Ann?
There's got to be something big that came about over a very short period of time, in my opinion, for this to happen. Nothing else makes anything make any sense with this.
Exactly.
I can't seem to think what it could possibly be that would flip you like
But I just keep thinking, did the prosecution really save their smoking, you know, whatever? So they found something. They were like, all right, we don't need to turn this over right now. Let's wait till they keep asking for it and hit him right at the end where they can barely defend it. I don't agree with that. If they handed shit over like, you know, a couple days before he took a plea and stuff, and his trial's about to come and he couldn't put on a proper defense, yeah, that's all screwed up, dude.
Nothing.
But they allowed it. They allowed what, 20, 22, 23, something like that, whatever it was.
Listen, yeah. If you think the day of the plea deal, I think, and I could be wrong, I think if Bill Thompson or any of the rest of the damn prosecution team had anything like that, rather than picking up the toilet paper roll that they gave us for 2.5 years that had nothing to do with anything anymore, and reading that to us, they would have gave us whatever they had that was new. And they gave us nothing. Nothing.
No.
And that's what I'm saying. I still don't think the prosecution had a case. And that's why I really, really want to know who presented this to who.
Exactly.
McFenson. Give me 1 minute, Willie.
And why there was no rebuttal to try to get some parole after 40 years or give up information for this or that. Because if he did it, that means he has information that's valuable to the prosecution, unless they don't give a shit. Unless they're just like, hey, we just want you convicted so we can move on from this. We don't care about true justice, which they never really have. So that makes sense. I'm just saying, don't expect like in the next 3 weeks, all this shit comes out and Brian walks free. It's not how it's going to operate. If shit does, turn out in the end for him, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a lot of foundations and or whatever those things are called that look into like innocent people and shit. But he's waiving his right to appeals. Why are you agreeing to that? Make that a stipulation in your agreement. No, I want to still appeal I still want to appeal down the road. And the prosecution wouldn't let him have that. Why not? I think they'd give him that. Unless they really had his ass nailed. If they didn't have his ass nailed to the cross, why aren't you negotiating? What the fuck, dude? If I know you need money because you're 3 months late on your rent and you pushed a car for sale and I don't know you, but I know you're late on your rent, I obviously have, something to work with you, right? I have some kind of, what's it called? Some kind of direction to go. I know how I'm going to maneuver this, but he doesn't even maneuver like his deal in a beneficial way. And that's what just baffles me is like, yeah, fuck it. Lock me away forever.
It doesn't sound like typically when a plea deal is brought to the table, it'll be brought forth. It'll be handed over to the defense. They look at it. They typically don't really like it a lot. And what they'll do then is they'll counter it with something else. It doesn't look like that happened. This just looks like it was handed over and said, here's your deal, take it or leave it. And he took it, and that was that. And that bugs the shit out of me.
But that's not even that. But you're saying hand it over. It basically, the defense went to them. And I'm just thinking, dude, like, did the prosecution have something that damning that this is all Brian could get from his deal? Like, that's crazy, bro.
I mean,
Bill stood up and read the PCA to us. If the PCA is all they had, that's sad.
That's why I don't believe that, Willie. That's why I don't believe that they had anything more than what we've already seen. I think.
And why is he taking this goody plea?
I get it. There's something else. I don't know what it could be because I'm not an attorney. I don't know the background enough to know what else could be going on. Okay, I've thought about things. Maybe I said this the other day. Maybe because we know that there was a whole hell of a lot of prosecutorial misconduct. Okay, just. P, show me your face real fast, just for like 3 seconds, and I'll throw you out there. I just got to make sure you're who you are, and you're trying to show your face and not your waist. Please and thank you, and then you can pop up there, just for a quick second.
Was it a chick?
You're good. You're good.
Sometimes I like to see the waist. Oh, it's Pete Fox.
Oh, hey, okay.
What up,
So
Fox?
I have a question.
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
I accept the plea, whatever. I accept it. He said it. I accept it. But I have a question because I don't know shit, and I just have a question.
You're good.
So the defense did their own independent investigation, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So that means okay, this is the question. Do they have to turn? They don't have to.
Oh.
You hit a button.
You must hit a button.
You can't hit any buttons or you'll drop you back down. Come on back up. Did you see your face? Not your.
Yes, I know she's fired up because I saw her in Annie Potts's comments today. So yeah, everybody a little fired up today, boy.
My bad. I hit a button.
Yeah.
So
you're good.
if they did their own independent investigation, I don't think they have to turn their work product over to the state, to the prosecutor, right?
They do have to share. They have to share. Both sides have to share everything that they're going to present in the trial or the hearing with each other. They have
Right.
to. There can't be any surprises per se.
Right,
okay?
right. But let's say they're like, screw this. This state's we can all agree railroaded them, right? Up to this
Right.
point.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe he was like, F this, I'll take the no plea and I'll take what we find and we'll appeal it federally.
Now, I'm glad you said that because we were talking about this too, Willie, in the mods in the Discord. Now, the feds they have the possibility of taking this and running this. Okay, as far as they could, I don't know if they have to reindict.
You mean the ones that turned over the tip about him? Oh yeah, I got you.
Okay, so they have the ability to turn this over to the feds. I don't know how this is going to work if it happens. I don't know because Steve has already said and posted something about going to the DOJ with this because he's not happy about it. Different reasons than other people are, but still, if it were to be handled by the feds, I wish Annie was here. Can they take this and
Annie who?
Annie Potts?
I'll get her in here right now. But here's the thing, dude. She's not gonna agree with your take on all this.
I know. I'm just asking a question because I'm serious. I don't know. I'm asking.
She's on the thing like she's taking Brian at his word. Like, Brian got up there, admitted to everything.
I agree. Yeah. I've seen her yesterday, what she was saying. It's not that I want her to agree with me. I want to understand how it would work if the feds were to pick this up.
Let me text her.
And she said yesterday that they never stopped.
I'm not even talking about going to the I'm talking about appealing it in the federal court. Like, well, so let's just say hypothetically, they're like, okay, so the blood on the glove belongs to so-and-so and the blood on this belongs to so-and-so. Why are we going to give it to the prosecution who's going to go, oh, but those people don't drive a white car and throw it in the fuck it bucket? And you know what I mean? When they could appeal it federally.
That's a great question, P. It's a great question. It really is.
Because I did do a little Googling and it said if you take a plea without appeals, you can file federal habeas corpus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one I
right?
saw too. Yeah.
So I'm seriously asked because I don't have a clue about any of this stuff.
Well, that's a great question. Would it be a better deal to do something like that? Do you have to take the plea to have that picked up that way? Those are the things
I don't know.
And that's where I wish I had a little bit more law experience.
Because I know you can't file habeas corpus till all your pleas are like, you've exhausted them all, but he doesn't have any pleas. So he'd have to go straight to.
So maybe that's the point.
Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking because I don't know nothing about any of it. We're all trying to wrap our head around it,
Yeah, of course. And I don't know about that cat lady appeal, like, isn't an appeal an appeal? I don't know. I don't know, and I'm not going to lie to anybody and say I do. I'd like to understand it more.
Yo, Twiz, just 1 second, dude.
Because like what I read, and I'm just
about
getting
like knowing stuff
lawyer
about the justice system, dude. Everybody's trying to figure this out themselves, man. I don't understand why like you keep going at everybody, bro. Relax,
I mean, I just Googled, but I Googled or whatever. Like, what do you do if you take a plea deal with no appeals? And it says you have to appeal it. You're not allowed to appeal the state. You're only allowed to appeal federally.
So does that stand in this case? Is what I wonder. Is it?
Yeah, I'm asking. I don't know.
It's a good question. I need to find that out myself. I have heard of an Alford plea, but
you would have thought they would have done that day.
Exactly. Where'd that go?
That's what I wondered, and it didn't sound like an Alford plea. You know what I'm saying? The way it was read. If you can't,
I don't know, but I'm going to jump down. That was just my only question. If anybody knows the answer, I would love to know.
If you can't use an Alford plea, then you plead guilty.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Pete. Thanks for joining us.
Pete.
Bye, hon. Okay, if you can't use an Alford plea, then you plead guilty when you are innocent. So, okay.
I'm never pleading guilty if I didn't do anything. So, I don't know.
That's what I said. There would have to be some kind of that's what I was getting ready to say. Maybe they're going to expose the blatant prosecutorial misconduct that went through this. And if that were to be brought to the table, all of it, the defense, maybe they're going to bring forth everything that went on with the state and all the misconduct that went on. And now here's what I don't know, just like Pete was saying with what she doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Would that dump this? Would that throw this out if that was all brought to the table and everybody go, wait a minute, because that's ineffective counsel and some certain.
Miss Potts.
There she is. Thank you.
I told her to come in. Diego got a question for you that I can't answer.
Right. Okay. That was what she was asking, Miss Potts. P-Fox, if you didn't hear her already. So in the state, there's no appeal. We know that with this whole thing. Does that pertain to like a federal appeal as well? Or is it like an appeal is an appeal, period? Or are they two different things?
So basically, people are saying that the feds are going to take this on and try to get Brian out in the future. Is that what the?
I think a lot of people have thought that. That could possibly be that if the feds picked it up, which Annie said yesterday that they never let it go, like they've been on it the whole time. So,
yeah.
But is it as far as like a defense or a prosecution goes? I'm probably not saying that right. Can they take this from where it sits right now and take it to court now and take it to trial? Can they change any of that? That's why I was asking for Annie's thoughts on that, because I don't understand any of that.
You mean like, can the Fed step in?
Can they, could they, or would they, has it ever happened, step in a situation like this and take it and take over and take it to trial? You know what I'm saying? That's what my question was. I mean, nobody understands why he did this unless he's guilty.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with that. Nobody understands it. Nobody could see any outcome that would make any sense. None. Me included. With what he could have done, okay?
Unless he was involved, dude. Like I said, he could have been involved and not have stabbed anybody. And I think, why isn't he ratting people out to get a later sentence?
That's what I was going to say. If he was just involved, like just driving or something, then turn the other people over that did it. You're not going to lose nothing now at this point. So
exactly. And if you're so worried about your parents and like, yourself, your freedom and all that, then really go into witness protection and at least you're free.
Right. You plead guilty and you don't admit guilt, aka you are innocent, but you plead guilty, right?
Yeah, but everybody always looks at that like, that's a way out to just kind of like, you still look like a fucking idiot when you're taken out for plea. Sorry.
I get it. I don't know what they have. I don't understand it, and it's driving me
I'm not
nuts.
admitted to doing it. I'm not admitting to doing any of it, but I'm guilty because which would make sense instead of standing up and agreeing to everything. Yep.
I'm guessing that was the conditions on how he had to take the plea. That you have to admit to this, and this for this to go the right way, or it's
so
not
he had to do all that. He had to completely F himself just to take the death penalty off the table, bro.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. That's
crazy.
Where I don't understand it, and people like Miss Potts that do understand this stuff better. I like their words on how this stuff works. We still have the pre-sentencing, and they said they waived that, Annie. It was the pre-sentencing investigation was waived. If you didn't hear that, I'm pretty sure that's what they said, and that was something else that blew me away. I hope maybe I'm wrong, but I swear to God they said that they waived the pre-sentencing investigation, and I still didn't understand that.
I don't know shit. Yeah, okay, Annie. Don't fuck around.
He says that all the time.
Annie called me. Annie will call me at like 7, or I'll call Annie at like 7 a.m. and we'll talk till like fucking noon about shit. So, for anybody who thinks like that's why, I'm so appalled by everybody, turning on each other. It's like, do you know how much time everybody has like put into this, trying to back Brian and this, and he stands up and pleads guilty, dude. Some people are gonna take it, to heart.
There's no reason for people to turn on each other. That's
absolutely not. Because guess what? You know why? Because none of us killed anybody, right?
That's true. It doesn't affect us, other than maybe emotionally in some senses, because we did put a lot of time. I get that, but there's no reason.
Unless you're writing them in jail and you're trying, he's like your side piece while you're married, and like, you're planning on leaving your husband maybe for him. Then yeah, I get that. But like, I just can't understand the whole like.
If the state actually thought that he did it, they would have. They didn't care for a reason. Wait,
since you want to say my name. Yeah.
If the state actually thought he did it, they would have, they didn't care for a reason. Okay, got you. I had to read it slower.
Same, Scott. I like everybody. That's why it's like, kind of sad me the other night to see how many people, talk shit on me that have been, cool with me for years and years just because I said I'm believing Brian right now on his word. Sorry. What the hell am I going to do?
There's nothing wrong with that.
If I would
never do that to you.
If he has no fight, I'm not gonna fight. I got a life, man. I got problems. I got Bill, I got shit in my life, dude. I know you said you lost sleep over it, but like, we all have lives, dude.
Right.
And I've lost too much sleep over this shit of like waking up and like, the whole dream was me in jail on charges that were false. And like, I never got to see my daughter again and like wake up and like sweats and shit like that. Then that same dude that I'm losing sleep over gets up and pleads guilty. Fuck out of here. But I can't be a little angry at that. Whatever, dude.
You have the right to every feeling you have, Willie. That's the way.
I brought his friend on, for Christ's sakes, to talk good about the guy. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Well,
it's just like, fuck you, Willie, because you think opposite now because he pled. And fuck you guys.
So the state wouldn't allow the Alfred plea. Okay, I think I kind of understand what you're saying, Twiz.
Really?
The state didn't allow for him to take an Alfred plea. That was something they didn't offer, I guess. So it had to either be this or nothing, and so he did it this way. Is that okay?
Well, that speaks volumes then.
Yeah, if he waived pre-sentencing investigation in his right to appeal, I'm pretty sure he isn't withdrawing his plea. No, I can agree with that too. So the state didn't allow it, so he did this the best way he could by doing it this way. But in that turn, though, Twiz, what choice is he going to have after the fact? Because it doesn't look like there's anything left to choose.
Here's the problem, though, dude. All these people that are saying, like, oh, he took it to do this, took it to that. If you ask these same people 7 days ago if they think Brian would take a plea, they would bet their whole house, their cars, their future that Brian would not take a plea deal ever.
I was one of them.
Exactly.
You're right. We all never thought that because in the beginning we said, be careful. Bill Thompson likes to throw plea deals out. And everybody said, no, hell no. There's no way it's going to happen. It won't happen. He'll never take one. And here we are. And that's why everybody is so distraught over this. That's
I was one of them. I was taking no fucking plea with this evidence on him and all this shitty police work. He took a plea. What the hell?
That's what they should have done, Twiz, is make him answer and or provide the weapon to show proof that he did it. And then it's there. And then everybody's going to shut up at that point. But they didn't do that.
Yeah.
And they didn't offer that. So that's where the biggest issue is right there. They still have not proven the prosecution has not proven that Brian.
But they don't have to. Their client, their defendant just stood up, or that they're trying to prosecute, just stood up and gave them everything they wanted. I wouldn't do shit either.
At this point, you're right. That's the point. This is why I don't understand.
Willie, would you plead guilty? Hold on, no. I love this because it's the second time I heard this stupid shit. One, Brian doesn't have a fucking kid, so but I'll still answer this. Would you plead guilty to save your daughter's life in that situation? So I'm in a situation where if I don't plead guilty, somebody's gonna kill my daughter. Is what your bullshit fucking theory is here that somebody would do? They're gonna kill my daughter if I don't plead guilty. That's how serious Brian. Brian shows up in a suit and all fucking dapper Dan, but Richard Allen shows up in a fucking, like a cripple. Come on, bro.
They wouldn't allow him, by the way, to wear street clothes. But that was why. And now Brian's not allowed to either now because he admitted to this. But I think that goes back to Brian's family, though. I think, like I said, the threats may be where some of this is coming from.
Brian don't have no kid, and neither do you. So you can't even speak on what the fuck. Oh, if you had a kid. Fuck out of here. He don't have kids. He had parents back home. That's it.
We have no idea what was offered behind closed doors from the defendant or the state for him to take those.
That's my answer. How's that?
I got you. Bill said the weapon hasn't been recovered yet. Right. I just think the biggest problem is nobody understands this. Based on like what you said, that nobody gets it because of 2.5 years of nothing, and then all of a sudden, this. It's hard to take.
Yeah, especially when you watch the hearing and you watch him stand up and admit to going in there, premeditating this, and he went in there to do this and just agreed to everything. And I'm supposed to be like, no big deal. He did it because they forced him, and he did it because there was a plan, and this is going to happen in the future. So I'm not one of those dudes, man. You know me.
Yes.
I live in the real, like now, like this reality that like me and you are feeling right now. This is like what I care about. Not like what can happen or what spaceship's going to come down and fucking switch Brian out for the clone that was a. Come on, man. I'm done with that.
I will say, I do expect And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I always say that, you know that, and I will say I was wrong. I feel like there's something that may happen. That's all I'm saying. And if it don't happen, I'll say I was wrong. Sorry, but my gut does not allow me to fully accept this. Like I said, I respect what he did for whatever reason. That's his choice. That's
right, Mish.
Why he did it, I don't know. I'll never maybe we won't ever know. That's true.
It was his twin. Yeah, that actually wasn't Brian. People are telling me that wasn't Brian sitting there, dude.
Oh, I've seen stupider shit said that he was getting a face transplant and he did this and he did that. Like, I'm not even going to go that direction. That's
I asked Annie, but she didn't know. What happened to everybody's god Pavarotti? Did he like completely just like take off his channel or something? I couldn't find him the other day.
No, he's up there. He put something else out now. He's going a different direction with how to prove Brian's innocence, I guess. I don't know. I was following a lot of what he was saying, and some of it made some sense. Some of it didn't. You know, I watched a little bit of everything to find out what.
Keep running from what, dude? Keep running from it, Willie. This is what I mean, dude. Twitch, you talk more shit than anybody. You've gone after more people than anybody, and you make no sense. Just because people agree with you, because you're cool to talk to and shit. Your outlook on this is completely delusional. I'm sorry, bud. I know you love Brian. You moved up closer to be with him. I get it. But like, dude, this is real life. Real life. He stood up and agreed to your boy Bill that he did all this. And you just seem to not give a shit, dude. That's wild to me. Just the fact, even if he retracts that can still be used against him in trial. And as a juror, you tell me that this guy pled guilty to killing 4 and then retracted it, a couple weeks ago? Come on, man. I thought you lived in the real world with me. That's why I didn't, I've been appalled recently. Because, like, come on, man, you got to get with it. I get we all want him to get out. I get we all want him to be in. So do I, right? But, like, reality, hello? Why do we keep forgetting about that?
Yeah, I don't know what to take from it. Like I said, I agree.
His parents need 24/7. Yeah, his parents need 24/7 armed guards right now in a gated community with armed guards already in there. Dude, you got to stop getting your information from, like, I don't know where you go, bro. It's crazy to me. I kind of know where you go, but yeah, keep it up. Armed security. They can't afford to go to the fucking trials, but they can afford armed security. Nobody thinks they go. That's why I love talking to you, bro.
Thank you, Moonlit, for being a member for 21 months. Happy day anniversary. Congrats, and we love having you here. Appreciate you very much.
Okay, well, I'll find out from Brian. The person that I know that actually knows Brian's father, that sees him every other week, I will actually ask them to ask Brian's father some information about, because at this point I don't care anymore, dude. I'm not going to be like, no, their son pled. I know where his father is every month. So yeah, let's see what he says. Let's see what he really says, and not the game of telephone.
I wonder, another thing I wanted to, it's a little sideways from the subject, but I wondered why
armed guards.
Did you see the, I guess it's not really an interview. It was when Steve was walking away from the courthouse. They were trying to get him to say stuff, and he made a statement about Brian's dad and said he knew when they flew out. He has their flight records. Do you have any thoughts on, like, why that was stated?
Say that again.
It wasn't really an interview, but it was, Steve decided not to go inside. He walked away when the hearing happened, and he was walking back across the street, and he was surrounded by cameras and reporters, and they were asking questions, and somebody said something about the Kobergers, Brian's mom and dad. And he said, kind of cocked his head to the side and said, yeah, I know when you flew out, we have your flight records. Did you see that by chance or hear that?
No. Where was that?
He said it right outside the courthouse the day of the hearing. And then somebody said, do you have anything to say to his parents? And he goes, no, I don't give a shit about them, blah, blah, blah. I mean, he's made some threatening statements too, saying something about Brian having a welcoming party when he goes to prison, blah, blah, blah. Because he's pissed. He's pissed.
Well, I already heard that from Jumpsuit Pablo, who kind of like talks to all these inmates that he knows on all these. I don't know if you know who that is, but he knows like inmates in all these states and shit. They get in touch with them. And I'm telling you, man, when Brian goes there, it's not going to be a welcoming party. I can tell you that.
Well, that's what Steve is like insinuating. He's making threats that, that they have reached out to him. They're saying, and I don't know how much of what
Well, it's all about notoriety, right? Like look what Bundy did, right? And then, or not Bundy, Dahmer, killed adults, and he got his shit beat the fuck up. And I can picture that guy's face if I close my eyes, who killed him. So people always want notoriety in these prisons, dude. That's why I don't understand how this is saving his life. Going to prison is saving his life, I guess, somehow.
I don't think it is.
Well, that's what people are. That's exactly. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
I don't think it is. I said that already. And I don't think that, granted, taking the death penalty off the table in a sense, but going to prison's not. It's going to be just as bad. A lot of people disagreed with me that he'd be okay. I don't think he will. And again, there, in a sense, and people have disagreed with me that there's a target on his back per se. I think there is. When he goes in, that there are people that I believe will try to do something to him. That's my opinion. I can't change that. I don't understand none of it. I don't. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to understand rather than saying, because I can't feel that fully yet. And you know that. I've said that before.
Yeah.
That he did it. That's why he signed it. That just doesn't fit. It doesn't. So
no, but it's a dumb strategy.
It is. But you have to say it. Unless he did it, why else would he do it?
Because he has public defenders. I've been saying since day one, bro. A public defender is a public defender.
Yeah, let me ask you this one. You know who Alan Jackson is, right?
Exactly. If he had Alan Jackson, do you think Brian would plead? Huh?
Do you think it would have been different if he had somebody like or had Alan Jackson?
I bet everything I have, dude, that it would have went to trial and Brian would probably get off.
A lot of people are saying that.
Anne has no balls. Everybody wants to always be like, Anne's awesome. Anne's awesome. Anne's awesome. Really? She's a public defender. Well, now she's private. Cool. But when we met her, she was a public defender. They're all in bed with each other. But everybody wanted to, climb up her ass for some reason. That's fine. I don't care. Not my life. I would have leveraged the public, like all you guys out here. I would have leveraged all you out here into, getting into, I'm innocent, guys. Help me. I need paid counsel. I would have leveraged my parents to get in contact with any fucking person they can that is backing me to try to get some paid counsel. He did none of that. So, whatever.
Yeah, I agreed with that. I said that a long time ago. Like somebody could have done something. I mean,
I care about my freedom.
They've done less, like, whether people thought he was guilty or not, which there were a lot from the beginning.
He would have got off with Anne if he went to trial, to be fair, Willie. Then why didn't he?
Nobody gets it. Nobody understands it.
Why don't you have his hand on his shoulder saying, it's okay, Brian, sign there. Sign there, baby. So I can go on.
His preliminary gave the state months to build their case when they did have one initially.
Yep.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I read that. Her getting him to waive the preliminary hearing gave the state months to build their case when they didn't have one initially. So you think that they did have a case, Annie? Miss Potts? I'm so used to calling you the other name. I'm sorry.
No, she said they didn't. That's why they needed 6 months.
Well, didn't he say, though, like Bill stated somewhere where they were ready to go in October? They were ready to go to trial on this?
Yeah. Something like that. But
I still don't think they had a case. Otherwise,
they're not ready right now. Like, this is what is blowing my absolute piss mind that, like, I have to sit here and just be like, nope, everything he said, I don't believe. Something more devious is going on. I'm just going to erase from my mind that he pled guilty, and I'm just going to keep, my same focus as I had before. How? If I'm not a pro-burger, how can I do that? People call you a pro-burger, you say, no, I'm in the middle. No, I'm in the middle. Are people really in the middle?
I haven't been since we got all the text messages.
Well, you were until I got to you. Don't stop playing. You were always at what, 49%, whatever the hell. It was fun. It was fun back in the day until you saw it. I see it too, bro. But the fact is, He stood up and pled guilty, yes or no?
Yeah, of course he did. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, I can't believe it's because he's guilty. That's my biggest problem with this.
Yeah, I don't believe he did it the way that they told him. I don't believe he did it by himself at all. But do I believe he stood up and agreed to it all? Yes.
That's why I have an issue with it, because if he truly, even if he truly did it, let me say that. Let me put it that way. Even if he would have truly been guilty, if he is.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody that is guilty of a crime that we know is guilty of a crime do something like that. That is why this makes no sense. That's why I can't be mad
or waive his extradition, eager to be exonerated. If you know you did it and you don't know what the hell they found back in Idaho, why are you saying all that? So in that case, okay, that's why I was like, there's no way he did this. The PCA came out, no way he did this. Like, obviously you know this, dude. I've been on board the whole time. But to see him stand up and agreed to some of the shit Hitler asked him and Bill asked him, I'm sorry, dude. We all have free will. I can say, fuck you, Penguin Door right now because I am a living being with a conscience. He could at any point said, what the hell am I doing? No. I was coerced to do all this. I don't agree to none of this. Yes or no?
He still could. You're right. Yeah, you're right. He still could, and I don't think he will, but he still could. That's why
I'm saying when he stood up. I'm saying when he was in court, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When realization hits you that you're signing away basically your life.
Agreed. I
mean, people I've sold. I mean, I was in the cemetery business. I've even sold a couple cars. People I sold a car to, right? They back out, right? In the same day, in the same hour, they back out. They go on talk. They come back. We don't want to do it today. That's fine. But this was just, yep. Get me out of here.
That's why I felt like it, like, I don't even know how to say it. It doesn't, I can't. I don't understand.
He didn't do it. Giving him the credit of him being like John Wick and going in there and doing it how they're saying is laughable to me.
It's beyond laughable.
So it wasn't done the way. Just think about this. It wasn't done the way they're saying. The families feel like they didn't really get true justice because there's no death penalty, right? There's no crime scene to even look into anybody else that Brian Kober even gives you because
there was no investigation, Willie. That wasn't a real investigation, period.
There's still blood. As me and you are speaking right now, just think about this. Brian took a plea with untested blood at the scene.
Yeah. I know. That's one of my biggest issues with this. Untested DNA. And many other things that were wrong with this that he took the plea on. So what could make somebody do that?
Threatening to cut off my nuts is maybe the only thing that would have made me plead guilty, bro. If I didn't kill 4 people, not 1, 4, I'm not going to admit I'm a murderer to the world, to my family, to my generation.
I'm going to say this on my side and from me. Okay. And I don't know that this is true, you guys. Okay.
I won't be Twiz because I don't put myself in stupid situations. So don't even wish that on me, you fucking weirdo. Excuse my language, but don't talk to me like that.
If somebody threatened my parents, if I was in this situation and somebody said that your parents are going to die,
yeah,
you don't take the heat for this, period. If that came out, then yes, I probably would say, okay, I'll take it. Or somebody that I'm close to, my kids, my wife, my parents, anything like that, I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to do anything
Absolutely.
I can. Now, is that what happened? I don't know. It could.
But why did the defense? The defense wouldn't go to the prosecution. The prosecution say we're going to. The prosecution would go to the defense and say, "Listen, bud, if you don't take this plea, we're going to put your family up there. We're going to try to get your dad." Yeah, okay, I'll be on board. But when I hear from 95% of people that the defense approached the prosecution, I can't get on board with what you just said. But
well, and that's what I'm saying. I look at it in a different way. Maybe that's why. If I heard or got word that this was happening and could happen to my family, my loved ones, whatever, as the defendant, I would probably say, listen, what do we got to do to protect my family? Or maybe he was told, this is what you need to do if you want to protect your family.
Yeah, at least, all right, fine. I'll do it to protect my family. But here's me, right? Can I at least get, maybe 40 years, can you give me 40 years paroled down the road.
I would have done the same thing, but that doesn't mean they're going to agree to that. You see what I'm saying?
Well, then go fuck yourself for going to court.
It depends on how you see it. I
you had no case. If they truly had no case and they came to him with that and he had to take that because he couldn't negotiate, then that means they had some shit on him. It's common fucking sense.
It could. It could. That's true. It very well could. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Nobody does. That's the problem. If we knew a little bit more about that, maybe it would make more sense.
You know?
I wish we did.
We do need a defense attorney in here, bro. For real.
I would love to understand how some of this stuff works a little bit more, because.
But I've watched other attorneys speak on this. Even what's his name was live with the other attorney together, and they were both like, "Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on."
Right. Miss Potts says we can accept his guilty plea while also understanding the state theory is horseshit.
Exactly.
Brian says the state theory is true. So, and that's the hard part. That is the hard part.
There you go. So I'm supposed to fight. There you go. So she just said, we're supposed to fight harder than Brian. Fuck out of here. I got my own life. Sorry.
The chances of a jury giving.
I'm not going to fight harder for somebody's freedom than they fight for their own, brother. And I don't expect.
Well, and with everything that Tara and I have kind of gone back and forth in here with disagreeing, and she's right with this point here. I got to say this. The chances of a jury giving Brian the death penalty was very slim.
Thank you.
Guilty. And that was where I was at with this. Like, I just didn't think.
So it wasn't automatic. So if you had 2 people or if you had 6 people in there that hated the death penalty, you don't know, and they voted against it, you don't know. That was still a decision that had to be made that was not concrete, and you don't even take a chance.
And again, it could all come down to the fact that 2.5 years later, and I know this is weak, this is very weak. Maybe he was just tired and he was done and just said, fuck it, let's do it. I don't, whatever, which is very hard to take. That's very hard to swallow. That's a big pill. I'm not comfortable with it either, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what his mom and dad are going through, or his sisters. I don't know what's going on there. We don't see all that shit.
No,
I don't know.
But they've been going through the same shit. Because again, the person that I know that sees Brian's dad, every time she sees him, she's like, he looks fine, chipper, whatever. So, I mean, that's just from what, she told me. But he had you have 2 years to save your families from losing jobs, from being criticized, from this and that. You could have pled 2 years ago. Why now?
Well, yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Like I said, that's what makes me believe that something.
Once the gag order gets lifted, if these if these 2 broads, I wouldn't call them broads if they didn't do this, but if these 2 broads didn't stand up in court and say, we think our client's innocent, they better come out in front of 100 fucking microphones and tell us what's really going on.
That's not going to happen, Willie.
Well, then if that doesn't happen, then everybody here who's like, oh, there's something going on. That's shit right on your parade then.
Those 2, especially not those 2, because they're not going to say a word.
Why not?
Unless
they don't care about Brian's life?
Of course they don't. They care about theirs. Or they would have done it.
I thought Ann, wow. I thought Ann was this mother figure in it. Oh, wow, okay.
You're talking about Dylan and Bethany, right?
No, I'm talking about fucking Ann Taylor and the other one that said that he was innocent.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
I want them to come out after the gag orders lift and say something about their client. Why they said
that. Okay, yeah, that's different. I think that should. I think that they definitely should. Will they? I don't know. I just don't know. I would love to hear. Why did this happen? Why did this happen after 2.5 years?
Oh, I'd love to be in the I'd say, why did you advise your client to take a plea after both you and her said he was innocent? And I put the mic right in her mug.
Mm-hmm.
See what she says.
I can agree. Tara, thank you for gifting yourself a membership. I've never seen that happen before, but congratulations and welcome to the site.
Tara said, fuck it. Nobody give me one. I'll give myself one.
That's wild. I've never seen anybody do that before. However that worked out, but congrats and welcome to the sauce, Tara. That's weird.
But yeah, so
I get it.
We'll see what happens.
Everybody is severely frustrated with this, dude, on both aspects of it, guilty or innocent sides of things. And I just, everybody wants answers, and we thought we were going to get some and didn't get them, and that's why everybody's pissed right now.
That's what I mean. I'm not going to be pissed because, like I said, if he wants to take the plea and this is part of his plan, okay, good luck, bud.
That's what I'm saying, Miss Potts, right there. That is the number one biggest overall question in my mind is what made Brian think that it was in his best interest to take this plea.
They were threatening his family. They were going to take him out.
There's either something there, and I hate to sound this way because it's not truly how I think, but it's either that, and there's something with that, or he was involved. That's all. The only thing that I can say.
Yeah, or maybe like he's part of the mob. Maybe it's Italian. You don't know.
Forget about it. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
I don't know. I don't know. There's people that said, well, he did it because he wants to have control of his end situation, that he doesn't want the state. I don't know, you guys. Nothing makes any damn sense with this. Not even a little bit.
It's crazy.
Hold on a minute, guys. Let me see something here.
Dude, I just found out what a fucking Dago meant like a week or two ago.
I thought we talked about that like 3 years ago, dude.
No, well, obviously my memory fucking.
You know why? You asked me that.
It came out, yeah, but I didn't know it was like, if you say in a derogatory way, it's like,
That's why you're always swearing at me. Just kidding. I did it on purpose. Truly, it was my nickname all through high school, and that's why it stuck. But it is what it is. This was thrown up here based on the research and reports. Death qualified juries are more likely to find a defendant guilty than juries that are not death qualified. Okay, here's why. Death qualification. This is a process in capital cases where potential jurors are questioned about their views on the death penalty, of course. Exclusion of those opposed to the death penalty. Jurors who express strong. Hold on, you guys. I thought I blew it up for you, and I can't. Hold on. Sorry, sorry about that. Okay. Jurors who express strong opposition to the death penalty to the point where it would prevent them from considering all sentencing options, including death, are typically excluded from serving on the jury. Impact on the composition is this process results in juries composed of individuals who are willing to consider imposing the death penalty. Studies show increased convictions rates. Studies have shown that these death qualified juries are more likely to convict defendants. Okay. Further points. Some sources argue that death qualification is a discriminatory process that excludes minorities, women, and people of a certain faith who may be more likely to oppose the death penalty. Research also suggests that the death qualification process itself can bias potential jurors towards a guilty verdict. In summary, the process of selecting death qualified jurors can lead to a jury composition that is more likely to convict a defendant, as it excludes those who hold strong reservations about imposing death penalty. Basically, in layman's terms, what this means is that if this was a death penalty qualified jury, which it had to have been, that it would have been more likely he would have been convicted. In a sense, maybe they looked down the road at that and said, yeah, you may not have a chance with this type of a jury. So to get that off the table, this is what you have to do. I'm guessing that's what that means. So I understand that. And that does make some sense, but I just don't think it was going to go that far. With what we have seen, and maybe I'm wrong, with what we saw, I truly thought the jury was going to see that. If they presented everything, now granted, yes, they denied the continuance, they denied the alternate.
Here's the thing: why now? Why not 2 days before the trial and give time for some shit to happen to miraculously, let you go free? Right?
We don't know what the timetable was. There are like windows where they have to do certain things. You know what I mean?
But if I'm in, I'm like, you guys haven't even given me all the discovery, so you're gonna have to give me some time. Like, I don't know, man. That's just terrible negotiation.
It is. I can agree. It is. Yeah. Wait, here we go. At least even if they sentence you to death, it's automatically appealed and you don't die for it. Yeah, and that was my biggest thing with that, Miss Potts. It's like, dude, if I didn't think it was I thought it was gonna be hung. That's my opinion. But if they found him guilty, you got, like I said, the guy that killed my friend, he's been on death row for 40 years, and he's finally slated to be put to death in 2026 after 40 years. I'm not saying Ohio, is like what Idaho is, but the only thing that I could see making that different is that Trump is pushing for people on death row to be put to death quicker than they have been. That hasn't gone through yet, but if that was something that they foresaw as an issue, I don't know. I'm reaching on everything. But yeah, that's a good point.
But Trump's out of there in fucking 3 years, and he'd be like basically still appealing and shit. So I don't know, man. I'm not. No.
I'm saying it was a reach, Willie. That's a whole reach.
I know. I'm just. I kind of just like computed that in my brain for a second. I was like, no, because then Trump's not even going to be in. He can't even run again. So.
Unless he passes it beforehand, that's all. Maybe they're looking at that. I don't know. I was just trying to think.
That's that's what everybody should be doing. If you think you can help in this, is writing Trump to pardon fucking Brian.
Yeah, and maybe
because he likes to pardon people sometimes when he's in a mood.
That's another one too. Yeah, Alicia's right though. He would still have been given an appeal, more than one, if sentenced to death, Trump or not. That's true. So, and you just completely avoided that. And there's plenty of reasons to appeal. He has plenty of reasons to appeal in this. Why would you throw that away? I don't understand that. I don't get it. That's why I'm so bothered by this. And like I said, as much as I don't want to say, okay, he did it. It makes me sick to say that, to be honest with you, but whatever. I don't know what else to say.
Exactly. We just gotta wait and wait and see how the plan unfolds.
Now, if nothing else comes out of this, which I feel like there very well could be, maybe it's just my mind wishful thinking, but if nothing else comes out of this, okay, what the hell, folks? Then he did it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Does anybody know the fastest person to be put to death within like reason, not like, back when they did executions?
I don't.
I just didn't know if like anybody had an idea. I know like other countries would be like, yeah, take him out back and kill him. But like here, they're like, 28 appeals. Then the governor gets
I haven't seen. That's a good question. Like how long? Harris said 6 years, which that is pretty low.
Yeah, that's why. I just want to shit on Twiz's statement real quick. But I gotta hop down. I gotta run out and finish cutting the grass. I stopped real quick to come up because, like I said, I always like talking to man. I haven't actually seen you in a while, so.
I appreciate.
Yeah, like I said, dude, I'm waiting. Hopefully, because he agreed to all the bullshit that I don't agree with, which is everything Bill Thompson said. I hope he withdraws his plea, dude. I mean, yeah, it's going to hurt him in court and shit, but fuck it, man. Ellie messed up so bad. There's blood DNA samples that were never tested. There's so much reasonable doubt that no, you can't plead to this. That's why I was trying to like get Brian. I was like, get me Brian on the phone somehow tonight before this hearing tomorrow, because there's no way he can plead to this. And it hurt. It hurt watching him do it, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. I absolutely agree.
So I'm out down.
Definitely appreciate you joining me, and it's good.
Hey, man, always a great time. All right, brother. I'll see you around.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon, bro.
All right, bye. Later, Jet.
All right. Where'd it go? What happened to Oklahoma City bomber? And if the system works the way it should, then they would be correct. Well, that's two. Yes. I know, guys, there's a lot of emotions on this. There's a lot of people that are upset with this. There's a lot of people that are okay with this. There's a whole lot of people that were excited and happy about this. Okay. I don't know what to think. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to say. It seems like any direction you go, it's going to upset somebody. So, that's not, of course, what I want to do. But I just want questions answered. And I would love to see real justice for these victims. And I don't think this is it. I just don't. Exactly, Zakali. That's 100% it doesn't. It doesn't, and it's not for the same reason that the Gonsalves are saying it, guys. They're on two different realms of the spectrum with us. But again, I agree with them. This shouldn't have happened like this, but for two different reasons. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say. And I don't want this to be what it is, because I truly feel strongly that he didn't do it. But he's saying he did. What do we say to that, you guys? What do we do with that? When sentencing comes, will something change? Who knows? I hope. Willie just said the same thing. I think Willie's pissed off because of all of the, from day one, Willie defended Brian and said he didn't do it. He knows he didn't do it. He backed him. He talked about this for 2.5 years, like the rest of us did. So I think he's just pissed off per se at him because he doesn't understand why he did it. Okay. I get that. I'm pissed. I'm irritated. I'm upset because I don't want to see who I think is innocent. You know, I didn't want to see him go in front of the firing squad because I felt like he was innocent, just like the Richard Allen situation. Okay. And so there's why I want to see the victims get real justice. That's why I did what I did the whole time. You can do what Adrian says she's doing, ignoring the plea and hope that maybe something will change. Sure. I understand. But again, one thing that was stated is we do have to live in reality, guys. We do. We have to be realistic with it. And if it comes down to the end and nothing changes, what do we have? Brian's guilty of a quadruple homicide. That's exactly what we have left at the end of that. As much as it sucks to say that, because we struggle believing it, we will have to just accept it. There's many cases that I've covered that I've had to accept things I don't like. The Deborah Collier case. I do not accept that she killed herself by dumping gas on top of herself and lighting herself on fire. I don't. I didn't accept the end result in the Kylie Rodney case. No way in hell. Sorry. I don't accept what happened in the Delphi case. I mean, there's many of them that are, you know, but this one hits different, guys. It definitely hits something different. I don't know. I mean, I know what it is. I just don't know what to say or do about it. And that's a weird situation for me because I usually have plenty to say. I don't know what to say. Yeah, absolutely, Zakel. Every one of them cases I just said I am not comfortable with the end result on it. There's something not right about them. Got you, Debbie Ann. And Kylie, definitely I'm not comfortable with at all. Deborah Collier's case was the biggest one for me. I've never seen anybody take their own life by lighting themselves on fire. That just doesn't work for me at all. 2 hours ago on Lana's channel, Truth and Transparency. What did she have to say, Miss Joy? Seriously, for a while, we only had each other as a group, and seeing people get mean to each other about it, it's not okay at all. Like, there's no reason for people to turn on each other at all. Okay? None of us have any choice in what happens with this. None of us are physically actually affected by what happens here, so there's no point to be mean to each other. I agree with that. You know, we've supported each other through this from the beginning, so we should. Welcome, Nadia. I just saw you. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't believe that was done on purpose at all. At all. Well, let me see here. I did not know nor have any idea. Let me see something real quick. And yes, I am angry about this. I just handle it in a different way. You know, some people handle their anger about things in one way, some do it in another. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, you guys. Right, P. I got what you're saying. Exactly, Cat Lady. That's funny to me. That part, I'm happy about that. 1 second here. Maybe I missed something here. It's like Lana hit 61,000. Congratulations, dear. You deserve it. I don't quite see it. Let me do something, though, while we're sitting here. I haven't done it in a little while. Give me 1 second to move this around and bring this down. Since we're at this point, let's do a poll. Very simple. Is Brian Koberger guilty? I just want everybody's thoughts on it. Be honest. There it is. Yes, no, or I don't know. Again, anybody wants to join me there, the link is pinned at the top of the chat still. You're welcome to. Debbie, we could, after the fact. It's possible. If and when the gag is lifted, maybe we'll see some stuff then. Thank you so much for joining us in here, Nadia. I appreciate you very much. Oh, no, Miss Potts is not mean to anybody. Anybody says she is crazy. She's a very sweet lady with a strong mind. Let me put it that way. And perseverance. And you do know, even though you say you don't, you are not mean. I don't think you know how to be mean. That's a good point. Guilty doesn't mean you did it. If you want truth and justice, you don't stop there. Very good point. I can agree with that one, Twiz, for sure. Thank you, Nadia. I appreciate that. No one likes to be wrong or bet on the wrong horse, and I hope Brian explains all he did that night, but that releases us in our minds, but not his. No real motivation for him to do it. That's a good way to put that, Six String. I like that. And that's true. And I kind of feel like that's part of what everybody's issues are. Okay? I feel like a lot of people feel like the time that they have put in and the effort they put into, backing this, that they feel that they deserve an explanation as to why at this point you did what you did and what it was about. Okay? Please, yeah, thank you, Cat Lady. Please hit the notification bell, guys, and hit the smash the like button if you will, please. I appreciate it very much. On Lana's post on her community page, Joy, is that what you're talking about? I looked there and I didn't see anything new. Let me see again. Maybe I missed something. Oh, I don't see him breaking out of prison, Scully. Oh, the one about Othram. Okay, I did see that. I'm sorry. Hang on. Which is something I didn't know. And leave it to Lana to find that because she does do that. She says, this is an interesting statement. I'll say that. Thank you again, Cat Lady, for that. Right there, it says Othram Labs was both Idaho State Police's third-party private lab in the IDAHO4 case, and it was the FBI's. That's kind of interesting. Same scientist, husband-wife combo worked the case for both when ISP had this portion of the evidence in the case and when the FBI had this part of the case. This explains why Bill Thompson lost his shit over not talking about the chain of custody and discovery code disclosures. The Queen on Truth and Digging is working overtime right now on this development. This is going to blow your mind as it blew mine. Good point. And thank you, Lena, for the hard work you put in on that stuff. Interesting. That is very interesting. Gordon Shumway, welcome. Good to see you. Not necessarily. That's true. It doesn't mean that he's necessarily innocent because we don't know. Bonnie Bailey, my love, wonderful to see you as well. Way too many questions. Yeah, I don't see him digging his way out of that one. Yeah, I saw it, Joy. Thank you for directing my attention to that. That's very interesting to know. I didn't know that. What? No appeals. There's no appeals. There's really no appeals, you guys. There's a way around some of it, but it's very long and drawn out, and from my understanding. There's our Lucy. Yes and no. The prosecution did not prove anything. That's true. And there's a good point there, critical. We'll see. We'll see, you guys. Like I said, as uncomfortable as it makes me, at some point I may have to say, okay, he did it. Will I like it? Will I be, comfortable? Probably not, but it is what it is. That's not Lucy. What if I told you Meg P is right? What did Meg P say that I missed? I don't see it. Hold on here. Oh, is it? What are you doing, Kane? Copying people again. The state doesn't have to prove their case anymore because Brian agreed it's all true. And that is sad, but true. The state didn't even act like they had more evidence in the end. He should have pled. I can agree. What are you doing there? Cloning people, Kane. Okay. Yes, that's where I'm at too, Meg, is on the investigation. It's not really Brian. And it is that's what I will continuously talk about is the deplorable joke of an investigation that was done on this case. Yoy. What a mess, guys. What a mess. As it looks now, he didn't do it. Nothing new other than the old crap we heard. 15 minutes, getting out of that car, taking a seat in the chair, and leaving without a speck of DNA. Yes. Good point, Nadia. It is, Debbie. It absolutely is. It's the worst. Ada County, or no, the jail that he was in for this was, yeah, it's Ada County, I believe. Oh, it's Twiz. Okay, either way. Let's see here. Learn Idaho law. What does that even mean, Twiz? What does she even mean by that? Let me see something here. Well, I mean, we're not attorneys, so we do the best we can with that kind of stuff. So Oh, she absolutely is very well respected and loved everywhere. So yes. Hang on. Trying to look something up here that was brought up. Hang on. Hmm. You know what I do need to do? Oh, hold on. Okay, what was I trying to do here? Let me grab this link. Bring that down, hold this up. See if it lets me do it. It may not. Is it going to? We'll see. Hold on, folks, 1 sec. I don't know why it's not letting me pull it up. Let me see something here. Okay, I'm still looking here. Hold on. This link does not let me work out of the Discord anymore. That's so weird to me. Idaho courthouse records lookup. Is it going to let me do this? Nope. Why is it stop? Why did this stop working? I don't understand it. I don't know. I spoke to Eddie a while back via email, and he said he was just really busy with life and stuff. And thank you for checking on him. And he misses everyone. And at some point, he will be back around. But at this point now, I don't know. All right. Refresh. What's the matter, Nadia? $97 likes. I need 3 more likes, guys, if we can do that, if you haven't hit it yet. I do, Cat Lady. I like I said, I spoke to him a while back. Jesse was here this morning for a little bit, but it's actually really late there. It's like 3 in the morning, I think, for him. All right, now we got 104 likes. All right, let's see what this poll did. Wait. All right, hang on. Is Brian Koberger guilty? 47% said no, 23% said yes, and 29% said I don't know. So we still have the majority thinking he's innocent. Pretty wild. Gotcha. Thank you, Nadia. I understood. Thank you after the fact. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't say that at first. Is it normal that I blush that I keep getting comments of people wanting more of my babies and my mom's sister were concerned I don't share my stuff with them? I do pretend I don't do any of it. I guess so. Yeah, Eddie's fine, guys. He's good. Like I said, I don't have words. We have a couple weeks yet, and maybe we'll see something, or maybe we'll see absolutely nothing. But I think that's going to do it for this morning's version of the show. And maybe back this afternoon. We are at almost 4 hours, so I think it's time to let you guys go. You've been here listening to me blab long enough. Like I said, I'm going to try to come back this afternoon. It doesn't make any sense for him to have an alibi witness all this time, and nobody ever heard that. No, that's true. It doesn't. Jesse does what I do, but he does it for sports. He comes on and he commentates about different sports and betting numbers and stuff like that. So no, you're good, Scully. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Feminem, and Twiz, and thank you, Willie, for joining me. Sorry that things got a little heated between people. I don't like that, but it does happen. Oh, now Miss Potts joins me. Hello, Miss Potts. How are you?
Oh, well, hello. What do you mean now? Are you leaving?
No, I was thinking about it, but I want to hang on now that you're here because I was hoping you would have joined me earlier. But that's
No,
okay.
don't. I actually just saw her. I didn't realize you've been live for almost 4 hours.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm
That's
glad you're here.
insane.
Well,
I
it's what I
missed
do.
the whole thing.
Nah, well, it happens. I haven't seen you in a long time anyway, so.
Are you okay?
Mm-hmm. I am okay.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So hang out, folks. So I'd love to hear your vocal thoughts on this. I was reading what you were saying, and I agree with you in a sense. So,
Well, you do it. Listen, you know that me and you have talked many, 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 many times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've always said, I don't know if he did it. I don't know if he did. Like, I think that a lot of things can be true all at the same time,
Mhm.
right? Like it can be true that his rights were violated.
Yes.
It can be true that maybe the investigation wasn't up to snuff. There wasn't a real investigation handled by local.
Right.
But I think what everybody's forgetting is that the feds are the ones who got him as quick. It's not Idaho. It's not like ISP in Moscow that got him.
Right.
Know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we
I
all
agree.
understand that it's the feds that did all this work first,
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is true.
then do you get what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it can be like a layered effect here where multiple things are true at the same time, and he also has admitted his guilt. So like just because he's admitted guilt, but the investigation looks shady or some other things didn't add up and aren't right, doesn't make him less culpable.
Right.
Right? Because it can
Yes.
all be true at the same time. Do you get what I'm saying?
I absolutely do. It was stated the day after or the day of, the night of, that he took the plea, that there's layers to this. And I agree with that. There very well could be more than one or two. All these things could be true and false at the same time. Yes, I can absolutely agree with this. But the things that we know to be true are fact. You know, that's that. You know, beyond that, it is what it is. I'm just
Well, you know, I guess the problem that I'm having, right, is that I'm not understanding why it's so difficult for people to see, like at this late in the game,
Mhm.
why you would ever take that kind of a plea. Okay, I could understand you taking the plea because the DP's been removed, but you're not waiving your right to appeal or sentencing.
Yes.
You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? He's waiving
Yes, I
his
do.
right. He's waiving his right to appeal his sentencing. He's waiving his right to appeal, you know, his plea. And from what I understand and everything I've been able to find, I mean, really the only legal recourse currently would be the withdrawal of the plea. Should that happen, you can still withdraw plea and go to trial. And I mean, I'm sure that would blow everybody's minds just as much as him
But
taking the plea, right?
Right. Yes, but what sense would it make for him to do that at this point? After
Well, the
taking
problem is if he did do it, if he did, Hitler already let him know that everything he said at that plea hearing can and will be used against him
That's
in
it.
the future.
So if he were to go to trial, folks, after doing this, it's going to completely pit everything against him
Like
because he
even if
admitted
he
to
was
it.
to withdraw his right and go to trial, say
Yeah,
we'll say hypothetically, he withdraws the plea and says, "No, I changed my mind. Like whatever, I'd rather try to fight it." Right. At some point in the trial, they're going to play back that plea hearing where
Yes,
he's
they will.
asked, "Did you enter the 1122 King Road home with the intent to commit felony murder?" And he says yes.
To every one of them questions that he absolutely answered yes to, it's going to go right against him. And the jury's going to see that and go, but why did you do that if now you're saying you didn't? Bingo. Okay. That's kind of the same thing that happened with, you know, Richard Allen, where he gave those confessions over the phone. And I think that's what went against him during his trial, because when it came down to it, but he confessed.
Yeah.
And there it is.
And
You're
Hitler,
damning
I mean,
yourself.
Hitler did an amazing job preserving the record. And I don't ever give, you know me, okay?
Yep.
I'm pretty snarky. I'm not giving credit to like Hitler. I think he was a dick.
Oh,
Just my
agreed.
personal opinion. I think he's a dickhead, but he did preserve the record like in stone. That, you know, you're not going to come back and try to say like I was coerced. I was under duress. I was on medication. I was
He
you know,
verified
he
everything he
made
could.
sure to get it on the record even from Miss Taylor. All of your discovery, do you felt your discovery is all set?
Yep, and that's
You
the thing
know,
that
I
bugs
mean,
me so
he
much. They were
preserved the
very.
record not only.
Go ahead. You still there?
Sorry, I think I have a delay.
Oh, here, let me hold on a minute. Let's see if this makes a difference. All right, how about now?
I don't know. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good. I hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead now with what you were
Yeah,
saying.
no, I was just saying, I mean, he preserved the record so well that I don't know, it's going to be difficult to come back with ineffective assistance of counsel. I was coerced, I was promised something, whatever. I mean, Hitler made sure to ask him all of that intentionally to get it on the record that he is doing this of his own free will and that he has not been promised, coerced, he's not under duress. He, by all accounts, I don't know. He didn't even to me seem
They were very confident with what they were saying.
yeah, I was honestly like every time he said guilty after he was asked, how do you plead? I will be straight up honest. I wanted to vomit every
Yes.
time.
I agree.
Right.
And it was
It's not
beyond
because I ever thought he was 100% innocent.
right.
It's because
Right.
even those of us who did not believe it didn't take a position on whether or not he's 100% innocent or 100% guilty. Even after hearing him take the plea, I think the problem is because we all still know, even after hearing him take the plea, that something isn't right. But that doesn't also mean he is innocent. He is admitting his guilt.
That's what nobody understands. You're right. Absolutely. 100%. And that, like I said, the answers were not, there was no shakiness. There was no hesitation. There was no, it didn't seem like he was even doubting anything he was saying. And that's what bothered me so much. Like, you're very confidently saying, yes, I did this. Yes, I did that. Yes, I did this. Yes, I did that. And every answer he gave was extremely confident. That's what bothered me the most. Because at that point, I'm still doubting this, but you're saying clearly out of your own mouth everything that you said, that you're agreeing with everything that they're asking you. That's what is so crazy to me. I just don't understand it. I don't understand what. And I looked at a bunch of different.
Even the part that was really interesting to me too was when Hitler was like, you understand that the state no longer has to prove their theory because you're admitting it's all true.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, yes.
That's the craziest part. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's nothing left at that point to me. And that's why I've researched, I've looked at all this and looked at all that, and there is absolutely no reason that I can find that anybody would do this and it would help them later on, that I can see. If he would have left, like you said, and everybody has said, if he would have done all this without waiving his right to appeal, okay, we're good. I get it. We'll deal with it later. But that happened. That happened. There's no appeal. And you're right. Hitler locked down the record with every question you could ask in a situation like that. Absolutely locked it down, and he answered clean, clear, and competent in every answer. And I just couldn't. I just sat there like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, everybody can speculate, I mean, I'm just, I'm nobody. I don't know shit. I'm speculating just like everybody else. But the only thing I could think of is that discovery fight that's been ongoing for a long time. There's, very particular pieces of discovery they didn't want to give up. And maybe when they finally did, it was one of those instances where, whatever it is, maybe they couldn't defend him on it. I don't know, I'm just speculating, but whatever it is, he knows. So I guess the only thing for me now, the questions that I have are not whether or not Brian Kohberger's innocent or guilty. That's no longer a question for me anyway. My questions are, okay, now that you've admitted your guilt, fact of the matter is, the record shows, the actual forensic record shows that there's no less than 3 other men that were at that crime scene with you. 2 of them bled in it. and you need to cough up that information.
And why the day of the plea? Because at this point, Ms. Potts, and you know this, we all know this, there's nothing for him to lose at this point. Nothing. He's gave it all away. It's done. If there were, and I believe that there were others there with him, if he did this, okay, there had to have been, in my opinion. Why did you not give him up that day? What are you holding on to?
So we have no idea what was agreed to behind the scenes between the state and the defense behind closed doors for this was just our public. This is just for the public to see. We have no idea what they agreed to behind closed doors.
Right. Gotcha.
We have no idea what concessions he made, if any. We have no idea if he gave up names, if he gave up the location of the weapon or the weapons. We have no idea.
Yeah. But do you think so? Have you ever seen something like this go down without an allocation being part of it?
I mean, usually allocution is a big part of it, but it also is going to be, I believe, at sentencing.
See, I thought they had to do it during the plea.
That could still happen at sentencing, right? Technically, the court could require that in some form. The court could require it in some form just to ease victims, families' minds, or whatever the case may be. But we don't know what Hitler's going to do. I guess we'll know when we get there, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I see. I thank you for correcting that, because I thought that had to be done during the hearing for the plea. So that's good to know that the allocution could still come out.
I feel like the judge is still allowed to ask, like, maybe it's not allocution, but I know the court is allowed to ask like pre-sentencing questions of the defendant. You know, they're probably going to be similar to what we already heard at the plea hearing, but I do know the court can go like into more depth. I would imagine Hitler wants a satisfactory record of maybe not a full confession, but you're gonna. But then again, I don't know, because he already said at the plea hearing he's agreeing right then and there that whatever the state says is true. So who knows?
So Tara said that Hitler said that Brian has written a statement that is to be read at sentencing. That's interesting. I'm real curious to hear what that has to say, if that's true.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to say.
I mean, I don't know. Like for me, like I said, a lot of my main questions now just surround what we know to be part of the forensic record.
Yeah.
Right. What's on the actual docket? What's in the court record for regarding forensic evidence? That to me is the only questions I have about it. If he's admitting his guilt, then he's admitting he knows. There's no way of getting around it. We all know that there was more than one unidentified male at that crime scene. Their blood was collected, and their blood wasn't collected by these crime scene techs because it's not pertinent to the crime or the crime scene. It's collected because it's pertinent to the crime and the crime scene.
Amen. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And
those are my questions. Like, what was in the container? Because you're, Brian, you're saying that everything the state just said is true. And the state said you were seen leaving carrying a container. So what was in the container?
Yeah.
What did you do with the container?
And why? Yes, agreed.
Right. Where's the knife? Where are the clothes that you had on?
That all should be talked about. That all should be told to the world, since we didn't get the trial. I agree with that too. Absolutely.
The fact is the state didn't have to prove their case at all. And his plea is the reason that they don't.
Yeah,
you understand?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I don't. I understand, but that's what I don't understand.
It should make sense to you. Doesn't it make perfect sense? Doesn't it make perfect sense that is the reason for the plea?
Oh, that part.
Because then nothing, then all that we get is, the state's theory. That's it. Nothing to see further.
Right.
No further questions. He's agreeing that what they're saying happened, and apparently not going to deviate from it. I don't know. We don't know. He does have time to withdraw the plea, but I really don't think he's going to.
I don't either. I don't, because if I felt like he was going to withdraw it, there would have been, he wouldn't have been so confidently answering the questions he was. That's just me. Welcome, Irvin. Good to see you. Yeah, Brian is still guilty.
You know, he knows the reasons why. To me, it just makes the most sense that, you know, him taking the plea is exactly why the state doesn't have to prove their case. And then that makes the most sense in my brain.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, kissing the ring. In my opinion, he's agreed he's going to kiss the ring.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
And that's fine. If that's what he chooses, fine.
That's a good way to put it. He's bowing down to accepting it, and that's that. So yes.
That just tells, I look, like I've always said, I don't know what his involvement was here, but I've always said, and I know I've said it to you many times, they didn't pluck this guy out of thin air, in my opinion.
Oh no, yeah, you have 100 times you've said it at least. Agreed.
You know, and there was a long time where, you know, me and Willie, even, he'll tell you, I would be talking to him in the morning and I'm like, nah, dude, there's something still not right. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
I understand it doesn't look like they got the right. I understand it looks like they definitely have the wrong guy. But me and Willie have had so many arguments. You have no idea.
Oh,
Because
I can imagine.
he's like, you're fucking crazy. There's no way, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, nah, dude, I'm telling you, keep your mind open because I think we're going to find, you know, there's going to be some shit here that's going to blow our mind.
That's what I've thought the whole time. And me and you have had that same conversation. Willie and I and you have had those conversations. Where's it at? Because it hasn't happened yet. It didn't happen. It doesn't look like it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? And I still, in my stomach, I have that topsy-turvy feeling like, and again, it could just be wishful thinking because of all the time that has been spent and the thought process behind what we've all thought for so long, that I'm expecting that. And it's just maybe not going to happen. Okay.
And the sad thing is we're not really going to get any answers. And like I had made a post about this because this is truly how I feel about it. The only people that won here, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, the only people that won here are the state of Idaho.
Yeah.
The FBI and Brian Koberger. Those are the only people who won here. Because the state of Idaho and the FBI never have to show their work. They never have to prove their case. They never have to show any evidence. They don't have to do anything. And he wins because there's never going to be a trial. They're never going to get to say all of his dirty little secrets. They're never going to call his family up and question them and make his family tell them all about whatever, you know, the state thinks is incriminating. So, you know, it just seems like basically everybody won here except the 4 actual victims.
That's exactly it. There is no justice. This is not justice for them. That's my opinion. And that bothers me. That's where I do agree with Steve Gonsalves. I do agree with him on that aspect. In my way, not in his way. I'll put it that way.
Well, that's what I mean. I think everybody can set aside, like, you know, I've always tried to remain completely emotionally attached and, you know, for damn good reason. And current state of what's going on is the reason I stay emotionally unattached because I don't know Brian. I've never met Brian Koberger in my life. I don't. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as though I know this person and there's no way he could do this. I understand there's other people out there who felt that way because they did know him personally, right? But I don't. I'm just looking at it for what it is, reading the documents, trying to read between the lines, in between the, you know, little pieces of tidbits of information that we could get. And it was always like, I don't know, guys. I'm pretty sure they didn't pluck him out of thin air. So there's a problem, You know, I was on that Google warrant 1 for I don't even know how long, months and months and months, because
Right.
I want to know why. I want to know why federal investigators believed that some single decedent had your second phone. Why is that? Well, you know, these are my questions for Brian, not why did you plead guilty?
Yeah. Yeah.
My questions for Brian all pertain to the things that we know that are in black and white on the court record, in his Amazon account, in his Google account, pertaining to his phone stuff.
Yep.
You know,
same here. Same here. I wish we could. I wish we could have a Q&A with him and I ask him, did you buy this knife on Amazon? And if you did, why? Where's it at? What happened? All of those things I would love to know.
Right. Well, even
never,
if he did buy it, here's my thing. Just because he bought a K-bar knife, it still don't mean shit.
That's
the problem
what I said.
is whether the problem is that now that he has told the state, I did it. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. He is admitting he is admitting that what the state is alleging about him purchasing this knife, going out to Washington, going around this neighborhood 23 times, etc. He is agreeing it's all true.
That's true. That is true.
So
that is very true.
I guess what am I, you know, in all reality, when you're looking at the reality and the gravity of the situation, what are we really supposed to do other than say, okay, you gotta, I'm gonna take this man at his word. I'm not gonna be told that I need to trust Brian Koberger, but then also not trust his guilty plea.
Right. Yeah, you can't have
You
both.
understand?
That's absolutely true. Yes. That is absolutely true.
It doesn't work both ways. You don't get to tell me that, oh, just trust Brian Koberger. There's a plan. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. Twiz knows I'm fucking talking to him. Everybody knows I'm talking to Twiz when I say this. It's not a secret. You know, there is maybe a plan. And that would be if you withdraw your plea and you fight. But really outside of that, once this occurs where he is sentenced by this court for this crime and accepts his guilt, okay, accepts the sentence, the recourse after is minimal. I don't know. So I'm not sure what the plan is. But I'd be interested in someone to lay down an actual legal foundational basis for the plan going forward should he be sentenced and waive all of his rights to appeal his sentencing and everything.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for someone to give me an actual legal foundational basis as to what the plan could be.
Yes.
And I'm not getting it. I've looked it up. I've tried to do some research, even with the DOJ, constitutional law. I mean, I guess maybe there are certain federal things you could go for, federal lawsuits, right? Things like that. I mean, technically, I guess his parents could possibly file like under Bivens or something for the FBI blowing off their fucking doors and accosting them at gunpoint in the home and things like that when it was completely unnecessary to do so.
Is it going to change any of this though?
But
even if they do that?
It doesn't make him less culpable for what he just admitted to.
Exactly. There's the problem, right? That's what nobody wants to accept, me included. I mean, it just I literally, for the first time throughout this whole thing, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. You know, I have expectations, a possible expectation of something, maybe. But like you said, if he withdraws the plea, okay, then what do we do? But like you said, and everybody else is saying, at that point then, and this does go to trial, I think he screwed himself because it's there. It's out there already. You can't take that back.
Right. But even if he was to file a writ with the Supreme Court, things like that, right? You're still, because he wants to claim some kind of, you know, injustice occurred in the case. Okay. I mean, that's fine. But you're talking about a writ that has to do with SCOTUS. We're talking about appealing your plea and your sentencing, which he's waiving his right to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're two completely separate things, which is why I'm guessing the state made sure to get that in there. That once you agree to this, you're not going to try and fight your plea or your sentencing. And then
Right.
that's why Hitler laid down the foundation. Are you doing this of your own free will? Did you take any alcohol or drugs, etc.?
Anything he could ask, he asked him. Yes.
Right. The basis was laid not only by the state, but then Hitler backed it up on the record. The basis. So it's almost like covering your ass twice. I have no doubt the state insured, we'll take this DP off, we'll give you this plea, but you are not going to fight it. Don't even think you're going to try to come back and be like, oh, you know what? Now that I think of it, my counsel was ineffective, or I pled guilty to a crime I didn't commit. That's why Hitler said that. I don't want you pleading guilty to a crime you didn't commit.
Yeah, and he seemed...
They laid the foundation in the record.
Yeah, and every time he asked a question and Brian gave the answer yes to it, he seemed... I to myself seemed like he was kind of surprised. That's me, but because I don't think he expected him to say that. I just don't think he expected him to admit to all that, and that's what kind of floored me too. So that said something to me.
I know. I think like I said, I'm sure every single person, including people who have just been guilters from the jump. I guess that's what we call everybody now, guilters and pro-burgers. We're not just, people who maybe just want to ask questions and have conversations with each other. Now everybody has to pick a side. And if you don't pick a side, then you're going to be belittled or mocked or whatever. Like that, all that shit, I'm not on board with it. I'm just not. Like, I'm snarky and stuff. But he made his choice.
Agreed.
And, there's... everybody was shocked, including all the people who thought he was guilty from jump. I don't think anybody really ever expected him to, yep, yes, that's what I went there to do, and guilty.
Which claims premeditation too, which makes that worse in my opinion. That is why I went there, even though Bill screwed that up in my opinion, but whatever. That's why I went there. That's what I was going to do. I did it. I mean, he agreed to all of it, which I just don't know how to respond.
And, probably for me, the weirdest part of it, I'm not going to lie, even outside of him just like, yep, guilty. Probably the oddest part of it for me was Bill saying, something to the effect of like, the state is not alleging he went there to commit all 4 murders, but that was the result. And I'm going, then, okay, well, then what the fuck are you alleging then?
Thank you.
Did he only go there to, was the burglary the intent? Was burglary and 1 murder the intent? What is the state actually alleging? What was his intentions? We'll never know because he's just agreeing that whatever they just said was correct.
Yep. That's right. That is right. And I wish to God they'd have clarified that, because that was, once again, just one more little cherry to add to the top. Hi, Fox. Good to see you.
Well, and it just sucks too, because we all love a really good conspiracy theory, and I'm all for them. I always say let me adjust my tinfoil hat, and because we all have our own rabbit holes and things that we think, right? But I think that's why I've always tried to just kind of be like, what I think doesn't really matter. I just want to, I can only go by what they put in the court record. Guess it doesn't really matter what any of us think actually happened here, right?
Yep.
I've always been of that opinion. It doesn't really matter what any of us think happened.
It doesn't.
They know. They know what happened. They know exactly what happened. And it's looking as of right now, we're never going to get to know what they know.
Agreed. Even if the gag is lifted, I don't think it'll be enough to allow for any of that. I agree with you. Welcome back, Willard. What's up, buddy?
Just got done with the yard. And I saw Annie was up there. What up, Annie? Long time no
What
talk.
up, homie? Yeah, what up, homie?
What are you guys talking about?
The same thing.
Same sheet.
Just, shooting the shit. I think Dago's got to go, though. I mean, I didn't realize, Dago,
Oh
you
no,
had
no, I'm
already
good.
been live
Are
for
you
4
ready?
hours.
I'm good. I just figured everybody was tired of me at that point. But with
I
you,
mean,
No.
I just got out of work a little while ago, and I
Even
figured,
so, I'll call
oh,
Annie or
okay,
she'll
let
call
me.
me and we'll talk for another fucking 3 hours about this. So.
I having you up here, Annie.
But like she was saying, man, if anybody gave her pushback, it was me for hours, and I wouldn't listen to her. I'm like, no, you're nuts. He's not gonna play. You're nuts. You're nuts. Like if anybody was giving her, it was me, dude. Until I started.
You did it to me too, way back, and you
Yeah.
drugged me along with you. And,
Dude, I'm talking about like,
I
at like 7:30 in the morning till like, say mid afternoon, me and her are going back and forth about this, and so much time and effort and thoughts have been put into it. It's just sad to stand up and plead, dude. That's all.
That's why I understand your anger, Willie. I said that earlier. I get it. I have the same feelings.
I'm not necessarily angry, right? I'm disappointed.
Well, I guess call it disappointment. That's how I feel. Truly, I mean, it's almost like, and I hate to say it like this because this is not at all what it is, but it's almost like he let everybody down. Okay, because what we know about the case and what was supposed to be an investigation is a joke. And with knowing all of that and watching this kid stand up and say everything he said, it was like the air was let out of me. Okay. And then, and I just sat there like, what the hell are you doing? And there's no answer to it. There's no answer to it. That's what is so
Me too.
disappointing.
And I was on Dago's that day, and I mean, and Twiz was even next to me. And I said, dude, listen, if he says yes to all this and agrees to all this, I'm done. Like, I'm gonna have to be done for a little while because, like, that's just. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's going on right now. I was so dumbfounded. And then thinking about Annie, who just drove. Well, at least there wasn't too bad. She said like 5.5 hours. You said, Annie, to go to the hearing in Strasbourg, and then 9.5 hours home. That's 15 hours of her time. She invested. So for people to have the audacity to come at her and say, "Oh, you're you thought that," no. Like Annie's been trying to just find the truth, reading docs, so nobody should be attacking each other. We're all on the same side.
That's right. That's what bothers me is people that are flipping around on each other and going. I don't understand it. That was another question I wanted to ask you too, Annie. You went to the PA hearing.
I was like literally told, like, I can't believe how quickly you flipped on Brian Koberger. And I'm like, Brian Koberger flipped on himself, bro.
He did.
Brian Koberger right now is a filthy guilter. Does everybody understand that?
Yeah.
So,
For now, yeah.
This is why I said, like, I was mean. I was like the spiciest kitty on the Northeast this morning, let me tell you, because I went to bed last night in a very happy, peaceful mood. And some of the comments that I woke up to today just made me the spiciest kitty. And it is what it is. How dare you tell me that I have flipped? You turned your back on Brian Koberger, like some of the things. And I'm going... he literally took the plea. He said yes, that he went there with the intent to commit felony murder.
That killed me. That killed me
and
right there.
And he is now a filthy guilter himself. Okay. So your anger shouldn't be directed at me. Your anger should be directed at him if you're mad that he took the plea. It's not my fault that I'm saying I believe him now that he's accepting his guilt. It would appear Brian has given up whatever burden
it was cool that we believed Brian. I mean, it was cool that we believe Brian standing silent and all this other shit that he said for the past. But as soon as he pleads and you believe him, you're a terrible person. I don't get that. No, that's not how the world works.
Well, I see what you two are saying, and I respect and love both you guys to death. I always have. I'm not where you're at yet, but at some point I'll have no choice. Okay, and I accept that. I just don't
listen. I'm hoping he doesn't. Listen.
I know what you think.
Here's
I know.
my, I'll
Yeah.
give you guys one, I'll give you one little tidbit of a tinfoil hat conspiracy in my brain, right? About this. The only angle I could see here is that, okay, we did this plea. Now that we actually got to hear the state lay out their weak ass and what we know to be factually untrue events of the case. Now we can withdraw because they've already laid out for the court. This is basically what they plan to present, and it sounds like they ain't got much of shit. So that's the only angle I could see here is maybe you come back and you withdraw the plea now that you got to hear the state lay down their fucking case. I don't think that's going to happen because they canceled all of the hearings in Pennsylvania that were set for July 7th. And every hearing going forth besides the sentencing hearing is vacated.
Damn.
So every
Because
single witness that was subpoenaed,
more suspects would do that, right? More defense attorneys would do exactly what he just did. If you're able to just, I mean, I would do that. I'd want to know the state's case and then just withdraw the plea. At least I know what we're walking into. But I'm sure it's harder said than done.
that's kind of in my opinion. But I'm nobody and I don't know shit. So don't listen to me. You know what I mean? This is just my personal opinion.
I hate when you say that.
I know. It's because she listens to these stupid people that fucking comment.
No, it's because it's because if you say something on here and you don't make it clear that this is just your opinion, people will try and say that you're spreading rumors and misinformation. So
This is true.
I'm just saying,
It's
it's my opinion that the only strategy I could see was that, okay, well, now that you got to hear this weak ass shit, you can withdraw your plea. But even then, you just admitted that X, Y, and Z are true. And then you said guilty 5 times, and they would hold that against you and replay it at trial for the jury to see. So, you know, it's a catch-22, right? And then when I saw that so everybody from the state that got a subpoena in Pennsylvania, they were initially all supposed to have their hearings on July 7th. All of those hearings were canceled. Everything was vacated. And all of the hearings going forth in Idaho, besides his sentencing hearing, are vacated.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not withdrawing his plea, bro. They're already canceling all further anything to do with this shit once he's sentenced.
I was watching to see if any of that stayed or if it was canceled. It's been vacated, folks. And that's what I'm like, well, that's it. It's done. And I don't get it. But I do. But I do.
Yeah, it would appear even the courts are aware. This is a done deal.
If there's more info that comes out
down
the road, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, it just appears to me, looking at all the dockets between Washington, Idaho, and Pennsylvania, it would appear the courts are fully aware this is done.
Yes. Now, I was going to ask you, not that it matters at this point, but when you went to the PA hearing, I thought about doing that, but I was dealing with something else. When you went to that, before this happened, what were your thoughts about the situation, Annie, when you were done and over with that and you were heading back?
Heading back because when she learned
on what? Like on what I heard?
Any inclination as to what you thought could be coming down the road before this happened? We didn't expect this, any of us. So coming back from that hearing, everything that you saw, heard, and felt, and everything from what we knew from previous going on in all the other hearings and stuff we saw, looking towards the trial coming, what did you think was going to be coming down the road from any of that?
My impression was that there were two people in court that day who, one agreed he was a material witness. Like, it is what it is. He didn't even attempt to fight the subpoena. He agreed he was a material witness for Brian, and it is what it is. And it won't cause him any undue hardship to be called out to trial for 2 days. The other guy who was fighting his subpoena and wanted it quashed was someone who was also deemed a material witness, and told the court that he gave over all evidence to the authorities. That was his words that he used. But then he also said he had not spoken to Koberger since June of 2020. So the only thing I could think of is like text messages, or I don't know, like, fucking DMs on Instagram or something. I have no idea how they communicated, but if you haven't seen them or interacted with them since 2020, then I don't know what, he's talking. I have no idea what he was talking about when he said any evidence that I had, anything that I thought was beneficial, I gave to the authorities. I turned it all over to the authorities. So, I mean, I don't know. I just assumed there was going to be a couple people from Pennsylvania who, whether they, one agreed he's material, the other not so much, but he was ordered, you are. And whatever they believe you have and you turned over, you're going to have to show up and speak about that.
Right. So then with that known, you left.
But it amazes me that he wasn't, I mean, I guess because they don't give a shit, but it amazes me that if they wanted true justice, Brian would have got one of the best offers if he would have gave up, say, hypothetically, the 3 other people, right, that actually, did this. You say he was the driver or he was the lookout or whatever, right?
Anything.
Something. So, I don't know. Because his defense team said he didn't do it alone, multiple weapons. I mean, we can all kind of agree, even though he pled, again, this is what people don't understand. Even though he pled, like 2 things can be right at the same time, right? So, like, that's what people are failing to see here. Like, shit could still be fucked up and corrupt and, like, not right, but he could still, do his life in jail because he pled and go down for this because it is what it is. It's sad. It's not true justice. I'm sure the 4 victims would, if you asked them, they'd want this to go down in a different way. But hey, this is Idaho, and what do they care? Honestly, what do they care? They have
That's kind of what I was saying
have...
to Dago earlier. Like, in my opinion, the only people who won here are the state, the FBI, and Koberger.
And
because nobody has to, everybody is it looks like they've all agreed, all sides have agreed that they're not going to tell the actual truth. And he's fine with the truth being that it was just him and he did it alone. And we don't know why. We're never going to say why. You're never going to know why. Don't look. That's it. It's done. I'd be very surprised to find out if we even get like the full docket unsealed or anything like that. There's going to be so many things redacted and so many things I believe that are going to stay under a non-dissemination order.
Well, I hope people pay the money. Well, I hope these big creators that get money and stuff pay the money to get like stuff that they could read, because that's what we can do today. That it wasn't able to be done 10 years ago or whatever. Like,
well,
so
we still need to be, and I will be, at least in my opinion, following what I'm going to call corrupted bullshit that followed this case, surrounded this case, and floated this case the whole time. That I will never let go of until it comes out and it's proven, which it probably won't. So that still bothers the hell out of me. Whether Brian is to the side at this point, everything else that went on is definitely something that needs to be paid attention to and should be known. Not that
I have a feeling that the docket in this case is going to be literally glory holed into like the CIA vault for the next 50 years until everybody involved in the case is deceased or retired. Like, it just, we're not going to get shit, and if they do release anything, it's going to be so heavily redacted.
It's going to look like the JFK files. Yes, ma'am.
It's just ridiculous. So that's kind of why I think once I heard him, plead guilty and stuff, I just was like, okay, well, I mean, shit, there it is. Whether or not he, right? Like, it doesn't matter if we.
I said it. Like, I was on the live. I said, dude, if he pleads to this, I'm gonna be pissed. And he did it. And I'm like, that's it. I'm done. I was literally sick to my stomach.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I wanted to throw up every time he said guilty, but the fact of the matter is, I'm also not going to pretend as though it didn't happen. I'm not going to pretend as though what I happened and what I witnessed and what I heard didn't occur. And it's just a mirage. It's just a figment of my imagination. And, because they're whisking him off to a tropical island somewhere, I'm just not right. So I'm going to take a break from everything. I've accepted him at his word. And unless he withdraws his plea and gives me a reason to question this any further, my only questions are, What did you do with the weapon? What did you do with your clothes? And who's the other guys that were bleeding in the crime scene?
And why did you do it?
Yeah. And how'd you get nothing in your car?
I don't know how you guys can dump your brains like this. I wish I could do this. I can't stop thinking about it. I have tried so bad. I can't dump it. I just can't.
So even when the screen turns off, you still think about it?
Dude, all the time. This case now, especially, it just drives me insane. I don't sleep right. I lay there staring at the ceiling like, why?
Well, that's how I get. But it's funny because that's how I used to be when fucking, like I said, I have the nightmares of me being in the situation and me not being able to see my daughter ever again. But then, like, ever since this, I've been sleeping all right because I'm like, I feel like this is what he wants. I mean, if this is what he wants, then who am I to fault him? Like,
and I agree with that part. I do agree with that part. That he did it, so he obviously wants it. Okay.
I'm just saying, say hypothetically there wasn't sources that people have that they're going to say, oh, well, he said this is this person to that person and this letter came out, whatever. Say this is what Brian wanted. Say he found solitude in, jail, being on a tablet, being on whatever, and he was okay with that as long as they didn't kill him. I don't know. We don't know. We're not him.
Agreed. I agree.
And the only thing we heard from the horse so far is him pleading. So he should come out after this is over and maybe talk. Well, it can't hurt him anymore if he can never appeal. So shit.
I don't know. It's hard for me to say.
Stay open-minded on it, right?
Oh yeah.
There's nothing wrong with staying open-minded on it.
No, they're still corrupt on there. But I mean, Payne's still a sick son of a bitch, and so is how they did all this, and I'm sure Cy would agree how they trampled on our rights and stuff. I mean, all that's still true. This is why I don't get why everybody's attacking each other, because they think that now people are siding with the state and siding with the investor. Hell no. I'm sure. You know what I mean?
I just mean I'm open-minded. I just mean I'm open-minded that if he wants to withdraw his plea sometime before the 23rd, I'm open-minded that could still occur. Once he's sentenced, I mean, I don't really, there's really not much that can be done after that. And if it is going to be done, it's going to be done on levels that we have nothing to do with, and we're not going to know.
Here's the thing though, right? So, if there's so many people that care and so many people, I mean, that you guys have seen, just us three here, I'm sure can count hundreds of people that we've seen that have been so emotional. Like you just said yourself, they go, there's people that are 10 times going through, what you're going through. Yeah, so if that's the case, and you had let me know, Annie, that there's actually a way to contact Brian. Why aren't there thousands of people paying to get this service to reach out to him to say, listen, you have whatever today's date is, think about this. Think about, and then maybe he'll, I'm sure there's not a lot of people actually doing that. But so if people actually cared, that's what they would be doing, not running around yelling at each other. That's just my opinion. I don't know.
I mean, that's a good
I will yell at whoever I want. Okay.
Oh, I don't care. So I'm just saying the people that it's just sad to see people turning into what they claim that they hated. People, a conspiracy theory of him being a hologram and all that kind of crazy shit is just as bad as those guilters coming up with these crazy ways how he John Wicked everybody by himself. In my opinion.
Stop, back up. What did you just say about a hologram?
Yeah. That wasn't burned in court.
Stop.
I
heard that, but not the hologram shit. I heard that he had.
Oh yeah, ask Annie.
I heard the facial, that he had plastic surgery done and blah blah blah. He got a fucking haircut. That's all he did. That's all he did was get a damn haircut, folks.
Didn't sound like him. Didn't look like him.
Well, how does anybody know what it sounded like? He never spoke until that day. So you know what I mean.
This is the fight I'm fucking. This is the thing I'm battling here with people. Is God damn, people, relax. It's a psyop. He's in the FBI. He's in witness protection. This firefighter story that if somebody even tells me what it is, I'm gonna punch a wall. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear none of it. Let's just see if he withdraws his plea. That's all I'm doing. If you want to fault me for that, fine. You want to hate me? I don't care. People understand. People want to sit on here, dude. There's 4 or 5 people that I care about on here because like we all get on here, we talk to each other, and it seems like everybody wants to flip on each other on a dime. You start caring about like people and like stuff like that, and claiming and like thinking like they're your friends. The next day, because you have a different opinion, they're like, "Fuck you." I'm like, "Oh my god."
Do you know how many times that's happened to me? You've seen it, Willie. You've been.
I know you've lost. I know it's sad, dude. And then these people come back to you and they apologize, and then it happens again, and because you're a nice person, dude.
I've never changed. I've never been any different. I've kept my same feelings until I started leaning more towards the innocent side, and then this. I don't understand people anymore.
And you're respectful. You let them come up here, and even if they're wrong, say their shit. I'm an asshole. And somebody says something stupid, I call them out on it. You know what I mean? Like me and you are, and you've given this more rope than anybody. So for anybody to come at you about like anything is just appalling. If how could you say that you don't believe Brian could do that? Fuck these people.
I've got an email the day I said.
I know.
The day the plea went down, I got probably 15 emails because I said, I respect what he said. I respect what he did. I'll accept it, but I don't like it. Oh my God. You'd have thought that I just did something to myself. Like
that's what I'm saying. People needed somebody to yell at, dude.
Yell at me then. I don't care. I'm used to it. It happens all the time. I don't care. So
when in reality, it should be directed towards, and I'm sorry, but it should be directed to the person that just pled guilty. I
agree with that. Yes, Dennis Leary wrote a song about Willie. That's true, Phil.
Who did?
Dennis Leary, the asshole song. You just said you were an asshole, remember?
Oh, I thought somebody actually made a song about me. That'd be great.
No, I could do it. I
wrote one. No. I'm just saying, people that dude. There's people that I've never met ever that I don't even know their names. That like people send me comments and they're like, Willie this, Willie that. I'm like, wow, I never even spoke to this individual. And these people like
are out here. It's crazy out here, dude.
Oh, it's wild, dude. And I don't even go live. That's the crazy part. I'm nobody.
When you and I first met, it was because of somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You saw then how it was, and that.
Oh yeah.
That was enough, and I think you learned at that point, and then.
Yeah.
It's an interesting world out here. It is, but I choose it, so be it.
It is. It is.
It's sad. It is sad because there are people out here that I have nothing but love for and respect for. Two of you being of them for sure, and would always stand behind, regardless of whether we agree or disagree. I'm not gonna walk away from you and say "fuck you." I don't agree with you, and that's not what real people do to each other, folks. That is not what real people do. We're allowed to disagree about
traitor.
I call a spade a spade, man.
A traitor.
I was
Do you understand?
Bro, somebody asked for like their tip. I saw the comment. They were like, "Can I have my tip?" That is the most like shallow, most disgusting thing I've seen on YouTube. Is asking a creator for.
They didn't ask for their money back. They said that they were disappointed that they ever sent me.
Same shit.
And I'm like, if there's anybody. For any reason, if I ever gave anyone the impression that, because I have my own rabbit holes and my own conspiracy theories. Okay. There was a point where I'm literally looking at photos of the demo of the house and I'm like, I know that's a fucking door. Yeah. That is a door.
That's what's so wild is I'm not going to lie to you, Annie. At one point, you were kind of over here. I was trying to bring it back, over here. And that's why, like, I don't understand. People aren't seeing where if you were over here and now, like, you're over here. Obviously, you're just kind of following what's going on with, the case. You're not, one way or another. And people thought that you were all like pro burger. No, you were never like that.
They weren't like asking for their money back. I just offered like if there was any of you who feel in some way that you have been like tricked.
Yes, Scott.
By me or something, like I will totally
that was
send
funny.
the tip back. I wasn't even being mean. I'm being dead ass. Like, I don't ever want someone thinking that.
Yeah, it's just crazy what him pleading has turned into, and it's just like, God, this is what happens in the community when like something doesn't go like everybody's way. My God, what are we, children?
Can you imagine what would have happened if it would have been the prosecution? and they would have ran through trial and he'd have been found guilty. Think about that.
Yeah. Oh, dude, if something ever happens to me, like, God forbid I'm ever framed for something, or like, you know, if something happens to me, I'm cooked. All the people that like know about me, they're gonna be like, oh, you're not that. So I can never get in trouble, man. None of us can ever get in trouble because like people prey on like, you know, your downfalls and shit. They love exposing this, exposing that. It's like, well, okay, relax. Like I got a ticket this day. Yes, okay.
These
You're not gonna
people
bring
come
it
out
into.
there, so we love you. We love you. Don't know how many people have claimed their love for me and my channel and everything, and then 2 days later,
And what
they're in
happened?
another channel talking about he's such a grifter, he's a piece of shit, he's this, he's that. I'm like, wow,
It's amazing how that works, huh?
gotta love it. You gotta love it.
I saw that the other night, and I was like, oh, okay. So I'm cool and hip over here, but as soon as you know something's going on over here, and somebody doesn't agree with what I say, I'm the biggest piece of shit all of a sudden. When I've, you know, who else has brought fucking Brian's friend on their channel? Not fucking MSM has brought Brian's childhood fucking friend on to talk, in my opinion, greatly about Brian, about his emotions, about them hanging out, about knowing his dad, everything that I tried to tell people about him, everything. And to flip on me on a dime, it just shows people's true colors, dude. It really does.
I told you a long time ago, bro. You gotta watch them all. And
I do. That's why. I do. I'm just saying. It's sad, but because it's sad with you go because I just can't imagine having a channel and like the amount of emails you get and like say like I don't know Lana and everybody else who has channels. I just can't imagine what people are writing you guys. Oh my god!
I could spend days.
Annie, I mean, people have to be emailing you guys like, oh, crazy shit.
I don't get my email. My email is not listed, and nope. Mm-mm.
Oh,
I don't want.
I could spend days, weeks, probably going through the emails, just reading the hate mail and all the. I do get good stuff. Don't get me wrong. I do have a lot of good people that come in that support me, support the whole community.
But if I've gotten I've gotten crazy shit like he's a hitman. Like I've gotten out of this world stuff, so I can't imagine what you've seen, dude.
Oh my god, dude! You know this. I own property in Hawaii, and I've been funneling money through the Hawaii fund. And this.
Oh my god!
It's insane. It's beyond insane.
Oh my god!
I'm like, live your dreams, folks. Enjoy your mystical weird shit you're living in. But
yeah. I know you're getting off soon because it's going on 5 hours. But dude, I just want to say real quick because I didn't catch your Texas bit. So what's going on down in Texas? That. And remember what happened when it got really cold down there?
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't precautions in place for like instances of like this down there? Why is this the second time that there's a disaster like this and there's 100 people now that are dead, 50 kids? I don't know what it is. I mean that's disgusting, dude.
It's a very sad situation, and like I showed, Alicia brought me the
and I missed what you were showing. Is it true? Because I missed what you and I don't want to. It's going to take a long time for me to go back and watch it all. Is it true they're holding funds to help people?
Okay. Here's what came out from the Austin Fire Department's chief. Okay. His name is Joel.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah. So there's money that's supposedly owed to them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he held back his people from going to help this until those monies were reimbursed to him.
Okay. All right. That's all I needed to hear.
Which is disgusting to me. That dude, I'm a retired firefighter. Everybody knows that. That made me want to vomit on my table in front of me. Okay. You don't do that. Take care, Cat Lady. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. You don't do that. You don't do that. Okay. Money's more important than human lives.
You're talking about kids?
Yes, kids.
You know, kids are drowning and possibly every second counts of their life, and you're worried about a check clearing? Oh.
And the problem is they have an obscenely deep emergency fund that they could dip into to use if they need to, okay? Now, this is bullshit. Chief Joel Baker, they're asking for him to resign at this point because of this. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And I didn't believe it till we watched it. And it's all written down. So it's a bad situation. It really is. And just same type of stuff that went through with Hickory Rock when the hurricanes have gone through. Like there's no. Nobody has any couth anymore. Nobody cares about anybody anymore. I don't understand.
Remember the floods and stuff and the fire? It's like they just let everybody like drown and shit. What the hell is going on?
Now the people in Texas, besides this idiot, they've stood up. They're very strong down there, and there's people leaving from my area here now that are going down to help. But this guy couldn't release his people because there's money that's owed to them. You're going straight to hell in a handbag, bro. That's all I'm saying.
But yet it's probably illegal to like form they probably count it as like I don't know, a cult or something. If you got like say 2,500 to 5,000 people together that all looked out for the same exact possible natural disasters and everybody's ready on a dime, they probably like label you as like some weird shit because
that's exactly what he had. He had specially trained people that were trained just for this type of situation that they were not allowing to deploy until this money was reimbursed. The whole point of that, you're trained for this, specifically for this. SAR teams are trained. I was on 2 different SAR teams when I was in the fire service. Okay, you have to have special training, water training, things like that for different things. And when you have the best people in the country doing it, and they're part of your department, you release them to go to do this. They want to go, okay, but he did not allow for it because the state owed him money. So politics and money, just like everything else we see and everything else we talk about, there it is again.
So everything is today, dude.
100. And that's
remember the spot.
Okay.
All right, Annie, thank you for jumping up here, Annie.
I gotta go. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Z-Dog.
But no, he put a price on human life, is what he did.
Mm-hmm.
He put an $800,000 price tag on human lives.
Yeah, and then did the same shit. Dude, I'm telling you, where was it where I think a hurricane or something hit down south, and they literally, dude, people were just sitting down there, and they weren't helping people that had Trump signs in their yard or something. Remember something like that?
I believe that was Hickory Rock. I do believe because they were stopping people from going in. At one point, there was a helicopter pilot that was going up into there to pull people out.
Yeah,
and
kids don't have political fucking views, dude. You know,
money, whatever, power. That one was power because he was like, "I'm the chief here. You don't come in unless I tell you can come in." And they made him go. They made him like go away, and he was saving people.
Unbelievable, man. It's like they think children, give a fuck who, what party they are or whatever. Like children just want to live, and you know what I mean.
And they had that right. They had that right. They absolutely did. Now, with this situation, besides that, it was brought to my attention yesterday. Thank God for Alicia. Gave me the reports from the National Weather Service that this was brought about Thursday morning, the day before. And they were warning people then, and I have the screenshots showing it, that they need to get out, that this could happen, that it's imminent, it's going to happen.
Yeah, and wasn't this like the time or something around the year? Because me and Annie were talking, and we both agreed. Dude, I would never send my fucking daughter away to, in my opinion, a bunch of strangers where my daughter's just a number around a season where this could happen. Especially in the time-lapse video that I saw, dude. I swear to God, it took out a bridge and like, I can't tell you how much it rose and took out everything around it. 3 minutes.
26 feet in 45 minutes, Willie. That's insane.
45. Yeah. So it's just, yeah. Oh, yep. I watched a 3-minute time lapse and it was like, boom, boom. And I was like, what the?
And it was gone. It's gone. Like that's how fast it was moving. And then it was even more than that. I think it was up to 32 feet. At some point that's true too, Twiz. I have to agree with that. That's very true. But yeah, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And they were warned almost 24 hours before, this is imminent. This is going to happen. They were putting it out left and right, and they didn't heed that. Maybe thinking, well, it may not happen. We have the ability to avoid it, whatever. No, when you got somebody else's kids that you're taking care of, you get those kids the hell out of there now. If it doesn't happen, then you go back. That's fine. But no. You don't take that risk when they're not your children. I'm sorry. And we did. And here we are now. That's insane to me. So
unbelievable, dude. I just wanted to ask you that real quick.
It happened back in 87, Willie. The same type thing happened in 1987. So they knew that this was a probability. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have any early warning.
Real quick, if hypothetically I just dropped down all of a sudden, it's because my phone overheated and blew up. Keep going. Okay. I'm listening now.
No worries. No worries at all.
Because I'm outside in like 99-degree weather and it's wireless charging, so my phone is like 200 degrees right now. So, but I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolute insanity to me, and I'm heartbroken to see that this happened. These are kids. They were excited to go to this camp. Their parents were, expecting their kids to go to camp, enjoy themselves, and come home, and that's never going to happen now. That makes me sick to my stomach. There's no
I'm
answer that's
sending
gonna
my
be a
daughter
good-
with nobody but family, bro. That's it.
Yeah, right. And like I said, there's no answer that will be a good answer to this. None whatsoever. You gave the people of that camp the ability to control the situation, to take care of your kids, and knowing it's a flood country area, okay? They know these things. They should have taken earlier precautions to, once you get one warning, Willie, is my opinion. The first thing you hear that there's going to be a flood, they're gone. They're out. You go. That's what I would do, okay? And granted, I don't care how many kids you have, how difficult it is, you make it happen. And then when
they should have got the kids to high ground immediately.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying right now. You move
How is there
into
no high ground?
If it passes and it didn't happen, oh well, you lost a few hours. If it does happen, though, you're safe. You don't have to deal with this now.
Yeah. Because I asked Annie because I didn't know the details. I'm like, what? How doesn't everybody get that higher ground like immediately when a flood happens? But I guess because of how fast it came about, that's what is the problem here, right?
But here's the other problem. The morning of July 3rd, this happened on the 4th of July, right? So Homeland Security put this out. On the morning of July 3rd, the National Weather Service, Austin, San Antonio, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management, flagging flash flood risks. Okay? They also identified flash flood potential for Kerrville and the surrounding areas.
But they probably get that all the time, right? There should be, because I heard that they voted on something where an emergency siren or emergency alarm or whatever was voted down and not put up for that area. Did you hear that?
That's 100% what I'm talking about. And that is a risk when you have these camps for kids that you should never take. Okay? Yeah, put it up. I don't care what it costs. They deserve that ability to be able to get out of there. So 3 o'clock in the morning is when it's all hit hardcore. Then what are you going to do then?
Is that what happened?
Yeah. Yeah, and it came on quick. But like I said, if they would have heeded that initial warning, we wouldn't be talking
3 a.m. Dude, 3 a.m. though. That's terrible fucking timing.
Mm-hmm. It is, because you have no idea and you can't control it. It's
you know what, dude? I'm telling you what, for every natural disaster from now on, because we know what they do in Dubai, should require a full-blown investigation. Because as I said earlier in chat, how do we know that this just isn't a legal form of murder and they seeded the clouds?
We don't. That's the thing, Willie. We don't know it all. Okay.
You know?
Population control. I've seen that this is population control. I've seen all sorts of different things that I don't know if it's true or not. Okay.
Yeah, these people, they obviously have no regard for human life. So you know what I mean? It's nothing to them. 100 people die, whatever. But if things change, laws change. This gets built, that gets built. People get rich. Watch all that, dude. That's where everybody should be looking at, where the money's going to go after all this.
What I want to see next is where that property ends up. I want to see if it's sold off. If that's sold off, then I'll tell you right there.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, of course, folks. I'm just saying.
But yeah, it's crazy because I haven't really been following it, but I've just been kind of like,
it's really sad.
Tidbits.
It's
yeah. I don't do well with kids losing their life, so that's why I've kind of just been like,
yeah, none of us do, and it's because we have kids. We had small grandkids. You know what I mean? And I didn't send my kids to the summer camp because I just didn't trust other people. I went when I was a kid once or twice, and things were different.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When we did, that's the thing. For some reason, when we were, at least when I was younger, obviously when you were younger, it was like you could go out and, you didn't have to worry about, shit. But here it's like, but that doesn't make sense to me. Back then, I guess you kind of just had to worry. But if you look, where did something like this occur where 100 people died in a flood down in an area that was, I don't know. It just pisses me off that now our technology is so good where we can predict this from, I'm assuming, days, sometimes weeks out, and they don't do what's it called? like that camp shouldn't have been allowed to run. You know what I mean? If they knew it was coming, that camp should have been evacuated. I guess
they should have shut it down the day before. And yeah, period. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and we wouldn't be talking about it. They definitely had that warning the 24 hours beforehand, and didn't heed to it, and that was it.
Unbelievable, dude. It's like, oh, okay, so let's just take a chance that, you know, it goes in the direction that, oh, well, it might go south. It might go, you know what they always say. Well, no, it hit it dead on, and now look how many lives are lost. Good job. They had way too much warning. And if you go to and again, this came from Homeland Security, so it was on point with it, okay? It's 11:41 on July 3rd. They're telling people flash flood warning issued for Bandera County. At 6:22 p.m., July 3rd, National Weather Center warns of considerable flooding risk north of West San Antonio, including Kerrville. 6:10 p.m., July 3rd, Weather Prediction Center issues first of 3 mesoscale precipitation discussions warning of excessive rainfall and flash flood potential. Willie, 24 hours worth of warnings and nothing happened. Unbelievable, dude. It's not acceptable to me. I'm sorry, but it's not. Crazy. And now that you've been like talking about floods and stuff, dude. I for some reason in my mind it was later. It's only 4:50 here, and it's fucking dark. It's about to piss on me right now. Oh yeah, we're gonna get rain too. Well, the rain that they're getting, we've been getting. Oh, there's a thunder. I just heard the first fucking crackle of thunder. I'm screwed. Yeah. Well, make sure that you pay attention to it. You know what I mean? So. Oh yeah, dude. After this, man, like you can see how fast that happens. It's just wild to me. It makes me nervous. I have a river that runs behind my house down in I have a swamp and then a river on the other side of it. But to see it happen the way it did, it could overtake anything. Water's one of the most strongest forces in the world, and you know what I mean. You can't stop it. You have no control. So. Yeah, and what makes me believe more than anything that they don't give a shit is because when a house made of basically wood and I mean backer board is shit, dude. You know, I mean, I'm sure you know about construction. Backer board is basically like paper, right? So like once all that shit gets knocked down, you build the same exact structure with the insurance money instead of building something made out of like concrete or yada yada. That's just going to happen again and again and again and again. So it could just be a repetitive cycle. Yeah. That's why people that are in Florida. So where's the drainage? So like I guess the point I was getting to, because I was yelling at fucking Annie when I was talking about this, not directed towards her, is where's the drainage ideas for that area? Well, that's a good question, and that definitely needs to be revamped. But from my understanding, the rain was coming down at like 2 to 3 inches per minute. It was insane, really. It was coming so hard and so fast. I get it, but if you know you have a big ass, you know, that's what a river or whatever, you know, running there, and you know it could rise, and you've tested. I'm sure they run tests and stuff. You don't have no, you know, this is 2025. We're supposed to have flying cars by now. That's what's going to happen next. There's going to be an investigation into the drainage situation and the structure and the infrastructure with it, and they're going to have to redo it. Period. That's all there is. But the sad thing is they should have done it after 1987, and they didn't. Now we have no choice. It's 2 things that have happened now that are devastating like this horribly. And if they don't do it now, then people are going to be making a lot of damn noise is all I'm saying. So they need to make a way for this water to be able to drain when this happens. It's an ongoing issue. Yeah. Listen, I know you're ending this soon. It's been a great show. I'm gonna hop down and go stick this in the air conditioning because it's about to blow. Sounds good, bro. I hope to hear from you soon. It rain until the end. All right, buddy. Have a good night. Take care, brother. All right, bud. See you, Chet. All right, guys. Well, that is going to do it. Good conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, Annie and Willie, twice. Appreciate that. I appreciate everybody's thoughts, opinions, feelings, and everything that you had to say over here in the chat. As always, guys, you guys are amazing, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I hope nobody was offended by anything. There shouldn't have been, but I hope not. Everybody that had joined us today, you guys are amazing. God bless. And don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I hope to see you very soon. Take care, folks. Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.